making some noise for the boys. 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey, hey. 1, 2. Check, check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello.
Miranda, pretty big
Yes.
fight for you. Oh, here?
Okay.
Pretty big fight for you. How are you feeling ahead of such a big opportunity? And does it feel that way? Like it's like almost like like a breaking point in your career here.
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's almost no pressure, because Rose and I have trained together. We know exactly what each other's going to try to do. So it's been a hard camp. We've been pushing through this camp like no other, ready for all the pressure that we know Rose is going to throw our way. It's just going to be a game of fight IQ and tenacity and mental toughness, I think, at the end of the day. So for me, it's I win this fight, go on, get a couple more fights, and hopefully be in that title contention spot. I'm finally getting the opportunity to fight someone ranked in the top 10. It's been a long time coming that I keep having dropouts every time I get a ranked opponent.
Yeah. You've been on a streak. So when they offered Rose, was this the type of opportunity that you wanted? And how happy are you with this matchup?
I'm super happy. We are friends. We do train together a lot the last couple years, so that was a little bit awkward, but we just had like a quick conversation even a couple months ago back when Macy dropped out of her fight against Rose and Tracy moved up. My name kind of got thrown in the mix to take over that fight short notice in Denver by her own team, and I was like, sure, if we want to do it, we just sparred yesterday, let's go. And I think at that point, I think Mick was kind of let know, like, oh, they might fight each other. And then when we got the call about this officially, we called their team and they were like, hey, we already took the fight, so let's go. And I was like, all right, sounds great. And here we are. I'm excited. She's been an inspiration for the longest time, a friend I would call her, and now a rival. And then we'll go back to being friends after this fight.
Yeah. So how has training changed now that obviously you guys are fighting each other, so you can't train together?
Sparring partners have definitely changed, but that's about it. I've been pushing hard. I train primarily at Easton Training Center and pound for pound. She trains primarily at Genesis and with her personal team. So not too much changed other than sparring partners, different grappling partners. But game plans staying the same. We're always trying to improve in every area and improve our weaknesses. And against her, we just had a couple things that we were focused on throughout this fight camp that were specific to her. And I get to go out and show a well-rounded, very heightened game.
Yeah. And by the way, how was that conversation? And has it been awkward at all since? Have you guys talked at all since?
We had the face-off yesterday, and the only reason it was awkward is she's got that kind of thug attitude now, no smiles, none of that, and I'm always smiley, and she's usually so friendly, and so I was like, all right, whatever, we'll go with that, After the fight, we'll be friends again. It's just one of those things that's how their camp wants to be. That's the game, and I'll play it. I'll be the good guy. It's fine.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Miranda.
Hello.
I believe you welcomed a daughter into your home just earlier this year. How's that changed your perspective, your training? Do you have that mom strength coming into this fight?
I feel like I've had the strength going into the fight period, but having Renegade in my life now has been awesome. We found out about her very short notice and found out about the fight within the same week. So it was all a little bit of a whirlwind, but all blessings, all been amazing. Motherhood is like no other, I knew it was going to be this new sense of love, but never really knew to the extent of the motivation it gave me and just the excitement for life. I have so much more to invest in now, so much more of a future to look forward to. And this fight is just the start of that. And she's here with us, going to get to watch me fight the first time, even though she doesn't understand a thing yet, but that's all right.
So you spoke about the motivation, but what about the sort of practical implications of having a child? How is that affecting your time as you have a baby to care for?
Yeah, so if you guys didn't know, I had a full-time job before this, and all that's happened is I'm on maternity leave, and now that same time has been taken up by the baby. And my husband and my family as a whole have been super supportive. He's taken over nights so that I can get plenty of sleep during my fight camp. My mom came out last week to help me with her. My dad's taken over the first couple weeks when I was there in Missouri and training back at home while the adoption was being finalized.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one more. You mentioned that beating Rose and then maybe a couple more will put you in title contention, but some would argue that just this win alone will put your name up there, right? You're quite a streak. She's a
Potentially
former
up
champ.
there anyway. I guess I mean an actual title fight. You know, there's so many people vying for the title right now, and even I would say that after I fight Rose, if I were to get the title, I don't think I would be the first one that I would pick as a fan or as another fighter. I would think that some people had gotten skipped, but I'm hoping maybe one more fight after this, and then a title fight would be amazing. And you know, I'm ready whenever. If something ends up happening and I get to be a fill-in or something, I'm ready to go all the time. I never say no.
Who do you think is going to get the next shot there?
Man, it's either going to be Zhang, is my guess, or I think Natalia deserves a shot.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, guys.
Kris, over here to your left. How does it feel to be back? Right? Is it a little bit deja vu, or what are the feelings?
Yeah, it's a little bit deja vu. It's pretty much the same thing that happened last time. You know what I mean? I'm fighting a tall, lanky, good striker, and 9 days notice. You know what I mean? So it feels pretty similar, but I'm a different person than I was then. I'm a lot older, a lot more at peace with myself and where I'm at life, and hopefully it's gonna be a better show.
Yeah. Also, do you mind bringing the mic closer so we can?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And you talk about how you're a different person. Can you describe like what how different you are from the last time we saw you in the octagon to this time?
I'm just this sport has in the 12 years, 13 years that I've been doing it, it's taken a lot from me. I care less, I guess, about this sport and less about what I'm doing, and that's somehow freed me to enjoy it more when I am in there and when I am training and when I am fighting. I got back to what I did when I started this stuff. I would mix in the game. I got a little too punch crazy, and I wanted to throw punches and get hit by punches, and I enjoyed it a little too much. Didn't pay out well when I was here the last time. So again, I've just opened my game up a little bit, worked on the flaws that I had last time, and just a more complete fighter now.
Yeah. And psychologically, like when you were released by the UFC, how hard was that to deal with? And did you think that you were gonna work your way back to this position?
I've talked about it a few times. Went through a really bad time with relationships, with everything else. My life was just a mess. I was very close to ending this thing, ending it all, and being done. You know what I mean? Fucking, I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about it, but again, you know what I mean. It was a bad time. So one of the worst times of my life. I found the girl I'm with now, my beautiful girlfriend. She saved me, saved my life, helped me find God a lot better, and I'm just in a better place.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm glad that you're here and back in the UFC and still with us. And congrats on working your way back up. I guess after going through all that, how does that change you, and how does that strengthen you now that you gear up for a return?
I feel like I'm where God put me, where I'm supposed to be. I feel like this is the guy that should have been here in 2021. You know what I mean? The guy that is mentally focused, enjoys this stuff again. Like, then I was just kind of going through the motions, and I was happy to be here, but I was kind of just happy to be here. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy no more. I don't care. Like, I'm coming to kill. I'm coming to knock him out, and he has to kill me to get me out of there.
Yeah. And lastly, if you can give us, you kind of compared him already to like Sean O'Malley in the sense that he's tall, lanky, but can you give us sort of your assessment of Malcolm, and how do you see the fight going?
I think Malcolm's a great fighter. He's 9-0 for a reason. He's a powerful guy, has power in both hands. He looks to counter a lot. Again, he might change. He could do something completely different this time, but again, a lot of his fights he counters and looks for the big hooks, and he can wrestle, he can grapple, he can do everything. So I expect what I do very well is push pressure, make control the pace of the fight, and use my wrestling here and there, and do what I'm supposed to do.
Hey, Kris. Your career is just inextricably linked to Sean O'Malley, at least your UFC career. I just wonder did you get to see his performance last weekend? Do you have any thoughts on sort of what has transpired with him since you two met?
He's a great fighter. He was a champion for a reason. You just run into Marab, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? That's basically what it is. He looked great in that fight. He just fought Marab and can't really get over that.
Fair enough. Thanks, Kris.
Kris, Julian, Virgin. First of all, man, thank you for your level of honesty when it comes to what you've been battling with. I'm curious, how did this fight come about?
The same way I feel like most of these fights come about. You know what I mean? I had a fight booked in July for a local show. My manager called me up one night and was like, "How fat are you right now?" And I was like, "Okay, I'm pretty fat." And he's like, "Well, stop eating and let's go." So that was basically it. It was on July 4th, like 10 days out, and I was like, "Okay, I gotta start." I went home, 12 o'clock at night. I'm running through the streets of Woonsocket, freaking 3 miles, 4 miles, trying to sweat and like a psychopath because I get a little too crazy with this stuff. But yeah, man, it's I feel like that was the only way this was gonna happen.
And with the short notice, you talked about some of the things that you've dealt with mentally. What kind of jolt does that give you, like knowing that, hey, there's a goal ahead of me?
Yeah, man, it's just great. I keep saying it all the time. Like, God is good. God is always good. You know what I mean? He puts things in your life when you're strong enough to deal with them, and he takes things out of them when you're not. And that's basically all it is. My belief is never been stronger. It's never been more complete. I'm so at peace with life, and whatever comes of this thing is just part of the journey. I love it. I love everything about it.
The last time you were in the UFC octagon, you had an opportunity against a Sean O'Malley, but this is a unique opportunity too. Malcolm Wellmaker is a local fighter from out of Augusta. He will have a lot of people here representing him. Could you talk about the opportunity that is ahead of you right now?
It's a great opportunity. He's got a lot of buzz on him right now. He's got a lot on his name. He's doing good things. He's a great fighter. I have nothing but respect for him. But again, you're in my way, and I have to put you down, and that's the only way it's gonna be. You know what I mean? I've been saying this to myself. I am inevitable. My time is inevitable. I'm here for a reason. I got back for a reason. There's no stopping me.
Thank you for your time, man.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Kris. So you talked a lot about your faith and what's that meant to you, what that's meant to you. Are there any particular passages or books that you've really drawn strength from in these past couple months and years away from the UFC?
Not really. There's just the book itself is in the spirit of God and being in my life. It's like there's no specific part of the book that I hear to more, but it's just everything about it has helped me live my life better, has helped me keep the people in my life better, has helped me be a better person, has helped me treat people better. Before I realize, there's times in my life where I realize I'm just not a good person. I'm not treating my family well. I'm not treating my life well because I'm just being selfish. And this has helped me change my whole outlook on life.
Would you say it's changed the way you're approaching this fight, at least mentally? Do you feel freer or different as you head into this fight?
100%. Like I said a few times on this table. I'm just at peace. I'm at peace with where I am, win, lose or draw, where I am at life. The things that are going outside of this are much more important to me than anything that I could do here. I'm just here to freaking fight, do what I love to do, the thing I've done most of my adult life. So I'm just excited to be part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Felipe.
Wani, over here.
Hello.
To your left. How has life been since that big upset? You obviously entered as a big underdog. You shocked the world. What has life been like? Do you feel like you've gotten more attention since your last victory?
Como é que foi, né? A última luta você veio com um azarão, deu uma performance maravilhosa daquela luta sensacional. Como é que foi a vida depois dessa luta?
Então, acho que depois daquela luta, né, que eu mostrei ali meu wrestling, meu jiu-jitsu ali de verdade, que eu pude mostrar, tudo aconteceu, né? Essa luta com o Cody eu já tinha pedido ao UFC há bastante tempo. E graças a Deus o Sean e o Dana me deram essa luta. Então acho que é um passo a mais que eu possa dar, né, para onde eu quero chegar.
Well, after the fight, things are great. I got to finally show everyone how well-rounded I am. My jiu-jitsu, my wrestling skills work to the point. I worked as hard as I could. So I've been asking for this fight with Cody for a while, with Sean Shelby, and I'm sure my last performance allowed me to get this fight with Cody now.
Does entering a fight as such a big underdog as you did against Payton Talbot and getting the victory, how does that change you personally? Does it give you more confidence? Does it give you extra motivation to continue on in your career?
Sabendo que você veio contra a última luta com um azarão nas apostas que você viu, e você pode provar errado para todo mundo, você dá uma motivação mais forte a você a confiar nas suas próximas habilidades?
Com certeza. Eu acho que essa confiança me trouxe muita confiança nessa. Tava muito desproporcional à minha história, né? Vamos colocar assim. Acho que, pagando 8,40, 9,0 numa casa de apostas sem saber a minha história ali, sabendo que eu poderia vencer do Payton Talbot por todos esses anos de luta, eu acho que agora me bota diferente no jogo. Então, eu ganho esse respeito depois dessa luta e estou vindo completamente diferente para essa luta com o Cody.
Absolutely, guys. It gives me a great amount of confidence. after performing like this and really getting upset against the odds. They were absolutely ridiculous and insane. I used this as motivation and drive to come here and do the best performance I could have done. I followed the game plan. I did just that. And I'm sure that I opened everybody's eyes to really know that I'm a true contender for this weight class.
Yeah. You mentioned there how you've been wanting the Cody Garbrandt fight for a while. Well, now you have it. Why did you want it specifically? Like, what drew you to that matchup?
Você pediu para lutar com o Cody faz um tempo já. E agora você pode lutar com ele. Então, o que você fez você pedir a luta com ele? O que você acha que você tem que lutar com ele? Por que você quer lutar com ele?
Engraçado que eu já tinha pedido essa luta bem antes, né? Na época que eu estava hypado, né? Que eu estava com todas as vitórias e o Cody acabou sendo campeão e eu tive a oportunidade de acompanhar essa trajetória dele há muito tempo. E tendo essa oportunidade agora de lutar com um ex-campeão, eu estou muito mais completo, me traz uma segurança a mais e eu estou muito seguro do meu jogo. Então, eu acho que eu tenho esse jogo de wrestling e jiu-jitsu que é muito forte, mas se minha mão pegar também, ela nocauteia.
Guys, I asked for a fight a long time ago when the hype was all on me, when I was coming out with a lot of streak of wins. Cody was on his way to become a champion. The fight never really happened. It's all timing. Right now, I feel so much better. I'm much more complete of a fighter. My wrestling and my jiu-jitsu came together, and the fight's happening right at the right time. So Cody's going to be a good fight for me, but this is the perfect time for me to actually fight him.
Just a couple quick ones. You're 38, and your longevity in the sport is remarkable, and you're still picking up excellent wins and great timing in your career. Not that I'm trying to retire you or anything, but how much longer do you plan on fighting for, and how do you feel now, like fighting all these, like I guess like younger guys, like you're 38, and I think Peyton was like so much younger than you. How are you feeling?
Não quero falar da tua idade, né? Mas está com 31 anos de idade, lutando muito bem com esses novinhos da categoria. Não quero falar de aposentamento de você, mas quanto mais tempo você quer lutar e como é que você está se sentindo lutando com 31 com esses novinhos da categoria, com muito gás, muita energia?
Estou me sentindo igual o vinho, né? Eu acho que o vinho, quanto mais tempo ele passa, ele fica melhor. Eu estou no ápice da minha carreira, estou me sentindo muito bem. Espero durar mais tempo. Eu me sinto um garoto ainda. Eu tenho o Glover, né, ali, o Glover Teixeira na minha frente como inspiração. Ele foi campeão mundial com 42 anos. Então, ele sempre foi um cara que me deu toda a motivação maior para poder estar lutando e mostrando também que eu posso chegar aonde eu quiser, independente de idade. Idade é só um número. Então, eu me sinto bem a cada dia, eu me sinto novo, a idade não me pesa de jeito nenhum. E enquanto eu não conseguir o meu objetivo maior, eu vou até o final.
Oh, thank you for asking, guys. But age is just a number. I look myself up. I really look at Glover Teixeira. He became a UFC champion at 43 years of age. Being in this game, training the way I'm training, keeps him really young. I feel like I'm just evolving and getting better. I feel young. I feel healthy. I don't see age. I say just a number. I don't see that impeding me in accomplishing my goals. I want to stay here and keep fighting until I become the champion.
Como é que se fala vinho em inglês? Wine. Wine.
He said, he asked me how to say wine. I'm just like wine.
Quanto mais velho,
age,
melhor.
Yeah, the older I get better. Just like wine. I get better with time.
And lastly, what do you think of Merab's win, and do you think he's the greatest of all time at bantamweight?
O que você achou da vitória do Merab? Você acha que ele é o melhor bantamweight de todas as épocas?
Acho que sim. Merab está muito lá em cima. Isso mostra a cada luta. Eu tenho uma admiração muito grande, porque ele, em 2000 eu estava no hype aí, ganhando várias lutas, ele acabou me desafiando, a luta não teve porque ele mergulhou no lago de cabeça e acabou cortando, e hoje ele se torna o campeão mundial. Então, isso é muito legal. Eu acompanhei também ali a trajetória toda dentro do UFC, e o Merab está num patamar muito grande.
Yes, he did. He is the best of the weight class. I have been following his career with the UFC. I had a lot of hype. I wanted to fight him before. He came with a lot of hype. The fight really never happened. I just believe that right now he's the very best in the weight class.
Obrigado, boa sorte.
Yes, thank you.
Raoni,
Hello, sir. Right here. In February, you were in Moscow at the ACA tournament. So, first of all, I'm from Russia, and I want to know how do you like the city and the organization?
Em fevereiro você foi para a Rússia trabalhar lá na organização. O que você achou da organização de trabalhar lá com eles?
Em que? Fevereiro?
In February he went to.
Sorry.
Your question again? In February, when he
What was his Moscow experience? How do you
Foi,
how
você
do
foi
you
para
like the
Moscou?
city?
Você
Ah,
foi para
sim, sim,
Moscou em
sim.
fevereiro? Fez a pergunta certa.
Sim.
O que você achou da experiência lá com eles em Moscou?
Sim, onde eu treino lá no Davi Ramos, na Atos, a maioria dos atletas lutam no ACA e geralmente eu estou indo ajudar o Davi Ramos, que luta lá no ACA também, e vou junto com o Josiel, que foi campeão da minha categoria lá na Betaway,
O
e
que você
geralmente
acha
eu estou
da
ajudando.
experiência do evento?
Cara, é completamente diferente, né? A gente está falando do maior espetáculo do mundo, o maior palco do mundo, e chegar no esse aí é um pouco diferente, não é a mesma coisa. A gente vê não tem muita diferença, assim, um evento muito bom, muito grande na Rússia, mas não tem comparação nenhum com o UFC.
I go there to help the fighters. I got coaches that help friends of mine that go help the fighters. The experience was good. I enjoyed the experience, mostly to tell me the different levels of everything. This is the biggest show in the world. There's a great show there in Russia that was good to see, but it was just good to open my eyes of the disparity of shows and how much bigger and better the shows are everywhere else, and that I am fighting the biggest, best organization in the world.
And if one day UFC will come back to Russia, would you like to join the card?
E se o UFC voltar para lá, para Moscou, para a Rússia, você gostaria de lutar lá?
Acho que não vejo problema nenhum de lutar na Rússia. Já lutei com vários russos também e acho que eu não tenho medo, não tenho nada. Se o UFC fizer um evento na Rússia, que eu acho difícil não acontecer, e eu lutaria sem problema nenhum.
I have fought Russians. I like to fight Russians. I fight. I would love to fight in Moscow if the UFC ever decides to have an event there, which I think is very improbable. But if they do, I would not mind fighting in Russia whatsoever.
Obrigado.
Raoni, you just, talked at length about Merab and your respect for him. You've said you want to get to that title. How would you go about fighting Merab?
Você falou muito bem dele, né? Que ele está muito bom, que está o melhor da categoria agora. E então, como você acha que você chegar a uma luta do título, como seria a luta com ele?
Eu acho que seria essa luta movimentada como ele movimenta, né? A gente vê a cada luta que ele vem melhorando o condicionamento dele a cada luta. Então ele impõe aquele ritmo ali e eu sou um tipo de atleta que eu gosto também de impor meu ritmo. Então acho que seria só quem iria ganhar seria o público por conta dessa movimentação da luta e seria uma luta assim, acho que espetacular.
I think I really believe if we got to fight each other, he's the best in the weight class, but it will be nothing but movement. Every time he fights, his condition improves, and the way I fight is the same way. We don't stop moving. So I think it'll be a treat for the fans. But if we did fight each other, it would be the fight with the most movement you guys would ever seen. We would stop moving.
Thank you.
It's okay. Thanks so much.
missed Kris, and I missed Raoni just now. Everything else should be on top of the card if we're in shape.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Check, 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 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 1, 2, 3. Check.
What's up, guys?
Cody, how are you feeling ahead of this return? How are the feelings for this fight?
Yeah, I feel good. Back on the East Coast, I'm originally from South Carolina, so Atlanta's not a home game, but it's as close as you're gonna get almost. And yeah, I'm excited. My goal is to kind of take a little more time in between fights, but the UFC knows they call me. I'm gonna say yes, so we got right back into it.
Yeah. What'd you think about the opponent, undefeated guy? It seems like you don't get any easy fights around here, man.
Yeah, he's a beast, man. He's super athletic, pretty big for the weight, got a good wrestling background. He's a little green. He's only had 2 fights in the UFC. I feel like I'm definitely the most experienced guy he's ever fought. I have more fights in the UFC than he has in his entire career, and experience goes a long way. But, yeah, he's tough, man. I think the tougher guys I fight, the more it pulls my skills out. The better the guy I'm fighting, the more the pressure, all those things, it pulls something out of me that makes me be great. And, yeah, I'm just excited for it, man. Like I said, the UFC knows I'm never going to say no, so they call me with whoever, and we'll get busy.
Yeah. You in your last fight, you fought Julian Marquez, who's a veteran. Now you're fighting somebody, as you mentioned, that's like pretty new face. What matchup or what scenario do you like better? Fighting the veteran that's known, that's been around for a bit, or fighting these guys that have a lot of hype but maybe are a little bit unproven?
Yeah, it's different. I feel like I don't necessarily prefer one or the other. I think they just bring different challenges, I think one of Mansur's greatest qualities is that he has so much confidence, and that kind of carries him through a lot of his fights. I think this sport is hugely based on momentum, and if you can get some momentum behind you, you can go really far. I think we see that constantly in the sport, and he's got a ton of momentum right now. So, the good thing about that is if you kind of put him in the fire and make him face a little bit of adversity, he hasn't really been there, and so he doesn't really know how he'll respond to that, and that's my job on Saturday.
Yeah. You kind of hinted there, but like, what's the game plan, or sort of what you're looking forward to do here? Just like put the pressure on him and put on your grappling game?
I can't tell you the whole plan. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it's nothing specific. I think I'm at a point where I'm not fighting guys where I need to be like, hey, this is exactly what I need to do. If it doesn't go to this script, I'm going to be in trouble, right? I think as you get higher in rankings and as you get more skilled opponents, that's something you need to do. But if I just go out there and have fun and find my flow early and get busy, there's not one spot in this fight that I feel like I can't be successful. I think Mansur's best qualities, he has great killer instinct. He gets on top, and he seems to find a way to finish people. So it's just avoiding the positions where he's really, really talented and kind of putting him in the spots that I want him to be. He's never had somebody push pace on him and be willing to stand in the fire and fight. And if anybody's ever watched my fights, man, I feel like that's where I thrive is kind of in the chaos, and that's kind of what I'm looking to do.
Yeah, and I gotta ask you about Bo Nickel, because you fought him, so you guys are linked. But what was your reaction to his defeat to RDR and overall just sort of the backlash that he's received following that?
Yeah, I think we all know what we signed up for. I feel like Bo Nickel, obviously, he's a huge star, so the backlash is always going to be there. But that's just part of this sport, man. And he's never had to face it because he's been winning. He's had backlash, but it's hard to really like take it seriously when you're dominating people and winning. And it's just something he'll have to learn and grow from and grow into a little bit and realize, like, man, this is just part of it. If you're going to be great, there's always going to be people that are hating on you. I mean, and that's not just fighting. That's every aspect of life. Like, the better you get, the more critics and the louder the critics are. And I can't really say, I never try to say too much about him because he beat me. He had a great performance, so I don't want to sound like a hater. I thought the way he responded to the haters, though, was just kind of childish, honestly. I think, like, you earn those haters with the way you act and the way you carry yourself, just like you earn your fans and you earn your praise. But to come out and be like, man, F all these people who are against me and I'm going to show them, like, you're just giving those people what they want. And it took me a while to figure that out. Like I said, it was his first instance, like, really having to deal with it. So I think he'll figure it out and realize, like, man, the way those people feel about you isn't going to affect how you fight or affect who you are as a person. But he's obviously letting it get to him, and I would encourage him to try to refrain away from doing that.
Yeah. Is that one that you, after watching him, like, get his first loss, like, is that something that, like, maybe sparked some interest in rematching him? Do you see that and you're like, damn, maybe I can do that?
Yeah, I felt like that night I could beat him. So it wasn't like I felt like I couldn't beat him. Obviously, fighting's a 50-50 sport, man. It's different than any other sport. It's not like football or basketball where the better team is going to win 9 out of 10 times. It's 6 out of 10 at best. And, that was his night, and he got it done. But I didn't leave there feeling like, man, I can't hang with that guy or I can't compete with him. So, yeah, I mean, rematches in the UFC don't really make sense really ever unless it's like for a title or number one contender spot. So I would never like expect that, but I would have no problem running it back. Like I said, it doesn't really matter who they offer me. I'm always going to say yes, and we'll get after it.
So not something you're chasing?
No, definitely not.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Cody, so last fight, you finished Julian Marquez in the first round. How did it feel to kind of get back on the right track and really make a statement and prove you're still with the best of the best?
Yeah, it felt good. I feel like just the way that fight went. I feel like everybody was like, man, Cody Brundage, another crazy fight. Everybody at one point was holding their breath like, oh, here we go again, and to overcome that was cool. It was a 4-minute, 45-second fight. There was about 40 seconds of adversity. Like, some people get a little bit twisted, like it was some super competitive close fight. Like, I was dominating the fight, got clipped. If you watch any of Julian's fights, he's fought some really talented guys. He always finds a way to clip them. He takes a lot of damage, catches you coming in. Kind of what happened with me. That was the hardest way to beat Julian Marquez in a dogfight, and I feel like to do that just proved a lot to myself, and just kind of showed that I'm a dog and I'm tough, and that's something people would question. I said that the week of the fight, like, hey, that's going to be the storyline, that Cody's good, he's talented, but he kind of fades and breaks, and it was my job to prove that that wasn't the case, and I feel like I did a good job of that.
Yeah, you mentioned that you've had a lot of crazy fights. Do you relish being in that situation? Is it something you look forward to?
No, definitely not. It's if I could get in there clean, that would be the goal. I think it would be better for me. It'd be way better for my parents watching. But unfortunately, that's just not our style, man. We just got to kind of get into it and get after it. And I think I wrote, like, so I started doing this thing. I would journal and I would write down, like, okay, so last fight I broke my orbital. And I wrote down, like, okay, every day that I was in pain. Right. And so it was like 3 weeks of like pain, discomfort. And I was like, man, that was worth it, though, to get the dub. So now it's just like whatever the pain and whatever it is, I'm willing to go through it. Give more, take more. That's kind of been my mantra this camp is I can give more and I can definitely take more. So I think when you have that mindset, it's kind of freeing to go fight. And then whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. So you mentioned you have a journal. What has that done for your mental game in recent months?
I think more than anything, if you can just find things to be consistent with, I think consistency really breeds success. And whether that's journaling, people are big on the ice bath, people are big on the sauna. I don't necessarily buy into all these things that people do, but I think anytime you can introduce consistency into your life, no matter what it is, I think that's huge for success and structure. And so whatever it is for you, whether it's journaling, ice bath, sauna, private lessons, watching film, whatever it is, just be consistent with it, and I think it'll go a long way.
Yeah, so last one for me. You're from Chapin. I'm from right down the road in Columbia.
Oh, nice.
Do you have a lot of family members coming to watch you fight?
No, I actually encourage my family not to come to fights, man. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I think my dad's coming out, my brother, and my stepmom, but the rest of my family, they're like, do you want us to come? I'm like, no. My kids are flying into Columbia. They're going to stay with my parents. We're going to shoot up there afterwards. But fans do not care, man. They don't care if it's your mama, your grandma, your kids, and I don't want to put my family in that situation because it's pretty ruthless. You know, you mix all this testosterone, all the fighting, and then the alcohol, and it's just a wild scene in the crowd. More than anything, it just stresses me out. So I just tell them, like, hey, get together. Don't go out in public. I tell them all the time, like, don't go to beat hubs because no one cares that you're related to me. And in fact, it'll probably lead to more confrontation. So just hide out, watch the fights, enjoy it. I'll call you afterwards, let you know I'm okay, and then we'll link up after.
Cody, you spoke about, excuse me, ma'am. Cody, you spoke about consistency and family. I see you got that ring on your finger, man. Throughout the ups and downs of your career fighting, how important has it been to have a partner that's been supporting you?
Yeah, I think it's everything. I think a partner will make or break anything in your life. It's not just fighting. It's anything that you're doing, being a parent, working in any kind of field. Like, if you don't have a supportive partner, you're kind of doomed from the start. And I'm lucky, you know, my wife, she's been through it. She knows what I'm going through. I feel like I'm very unique in that situation. And the only thing I always laugh, you know, my wife, I'll show her like videos of my sparring, or she'll come watch my sparring, and she'll be like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? And I swear, man, like, this is such a blessing, but my wife, she thinks that I should be pound for pound number one, and I'm like, babe, I just don't know if I'm there, you know? Like, I like that you believe in me this much. She's like, no, you can do it. I'm like, man, so it's good to have people that believe in you more than you believe in yourself, and I definitely have that with her. She's my toughest critic, but also my biggest supporter, and yeah, I'd be lost without her, and it's so cool to just have her on this journey with me and our girls. And when I look back, you know, I'm not going to remember all the fights or all the results, but man, it's been a cool ride, and my life is just really cool, and I'm grateful.
And this fight camp in particular, has there been any word of wisdom or just like encouragement that's been kind of like flowing through you as you prepare for this battle?
Yeah, so two things, you know, I think, like I said, give more, take more, and just embracing that, and you know, that kind of fights the fear a little bit. Just give more, take more, and be willing to kind of go out on your shield, which I feel like I am. I just repeating it to myself is important. And then you can't pray and worry at the same time. I think that's been something that's been heavy on my heart. And not just this fight, but just like in the last year, I feel like I really found my faith again. And that was something that was important. I just kind of spoke on it before, but I feel like you can be really happy without faith, but I feel like it's hard to have like long lasting joy, right? Like, you can be happy in moments, you can be happy in circumstances, but without faith, it's hard to really have joy because there's nothing bigger than yourself, right? You're just doing it for yourself, and that can be fleeting. And so to have real joy has been important. And like I said, you can't pray and worry at the same time.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Oh, man, obviously you're from the region. To be back in this general area, the opportunity for the UFC to come back here at Atlanta for the first time in a long time. What do you imagine that it's going to look like, and how big is it for this region, especially this area, to be able to have a fight card back here?
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, I feel like Florida obviously has a ton of cards, but other than that, like the Southeast, they don't really get too many cards. They were here in Charlotte a few years ago. I was here for that. It was awesome. You know, that's pretty close to a home game for me. South Carolina doesn't really ever get cards. I think one time maybe they had one in Greenville or something, but it's few and far between. So to get back on the East Coast and get after it, I think it's huge for the region. Atlanta's a super cool city, so there's lots to do. I feel like the crowd's going to be electric. And, you know, late night cards is kind of like late night football games. Like, SEC football is different. That late night football games is different, and I feel like that's how the card will be.
Hello? Oh, you mentioned about like you tell your family to stay away. Has your family or friends ever had like a weird running with a fan or something in an event? Like, do you say that from experience?
Yeah, so when I fought in Denver, you know, I got hit in the back of the head. Everyone's booing me, this, that, and the other about how much of a pussy I am. And my mother-in-law, she's a rider, dude, but she was getting into it with these dudes. I guess she got like hit or pushed or something. I'm like, man, I try to avoid having my family there. And it sucks because it would be cool. There's nothing like a live UFC event. I think it's the greatest sporting event you could ever go to. It makes everything kind of pale in comparison once you've been to one. But I just it just stresses me out. Tell my family, like, hey, stay away. Don't wear anything that says Cody Brundage. Don't let anyone know you're affiliated with me and that's not just for me. It's for all fighters. Like, I went to the Kansas City card. My buddy Anthony Smith, he was retiring. I wanted to go support him. And it just like, people ask me all the time, like, would you ever bring your kids to the fight? And I saw literally 2 rows in front of me. I'm sitting with the fighters. So like as far away from general population as you can. And like Ian Gary comes out, he's holding his son. I'm like, damn, what a cool moment. Maybe it would be cool to have my family here. 2 seconds later, they're like, fuck Ian Gary, fuck him. I'm like, dude, never mind. So yeah, UFC fans never fail to disappoint in terms of their passion. Sometimes it's misdirected though, and so I'll keep my family away for sure.
Double-edged sword, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we know what we sign up for. It's definitely something you sign up for. I'm not one of these guys who's like, screw them. I can't believe they're doing that. I get it, but I'll just protect myself on the back end.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, thank you.
Joaquin over here, to your left. You called out Kamaru Usman, and the UFC granted that fight. Here you are fighting him in the main event of this card. That always doesn't always pan out, right? Like there's always a lot of call-outs. Only a certain percentage of them, actually come to fruition. So how happy are you that you envisioned this and it's coming together?
Yes, sir, man. I'm talking about 2024 was a massive year for me, especially with getting all the fights that I've been asking for, right? Getting the opportunities, especially with, Vicente Luque, with Wonder Boy, and, even with, the Kamaru Usman, me shouting his name out, and now they blessing us now with this fight. So with this opportunity, man, that I'm getting, I just think this is a perfect, moment for myself, man, just to really show up and show out. But, really the reason why these call outs, have been successful is because of the fans, right? Every time I call out these fighters, these the fans, man, they want to see it. So the UFC actually been listening to the fans, man, and making sure that these fights happen.
Did you feel at one point that maybe this fight wasn't going to happen because Kamaru's not super active, right? So did you feel like, were you confident that this fight would come together, that he would accept the fight?
I mean, that's hard to say about any fight, right? My thing about Kamaru Usman, it's been a minute since he's even stepped into the octagon. It's been like 2 years since his last fight with Hamzat. But was I nervous about, or was I even, wondering whether he was going to step out or not? That ain't my concern. My concern is really kind of just working towards getting towards that goal. But I knew Kamaru Usman was a perfect name to call out at the time.
Yeah. And what do you make of him right now, like where he stands in his career? Obviously, like former champion, he did so much for the sport, right? But he hasn't fought in a while. His last fight was at 185. So, like, how do you view his career? Like, where do you think he's at?
I mean, be honest with you, I don't think there's no difference from the Kamaru of old and the Kamaru of now. I think it's the same fighter, which I believe is still dangerous, and a person that could still give a lot of guys a lot of problems at the welterweight division. You realize, losing to a person like Leon, who obviously, right, took his belt and who obviously was a champion at the moment, and then also Usman being able to go on 10 days notice and fight Hamzat, right? That, you got to respect that. And even with him taking those L's, I really feel like, it wasn't much of a loss for him as it was just a setback, right? But with that being said, he's been able to fine-tune his technique, as he says, and been able to work on whatever injuries that he got. So I'm just expecting the best version of himself when he step out there.
Yeah, you're a big favorite entering this card. I don't know if you
What am I?
A big favorite. You're like a -2 something?
Damn. Okay.
265.
Yeah, I thought we was gonna get some free money in this one.
Yeah. Are you surprised that you're such a big favorite? I mean, obviously your run at 170 has been amazing, right? But as you mentioned, that guy's a former champion. He did look good against Hamza at weight class above, short notice.
I think he did a great job. It really just showed that, in my personal opinion, Hamzat ain't really what, we think. But regardless of that, though, I feel like with me and Usman, I'm going to show them, there's going to be a night-day difference with Hamzat's performance over Kamaru Usman and then my performance that I'm going to have.
And what do you think a win here would do for your career? Because some people might look at this as a title eliminator, right? But we do have, or we're expecting Islam Makhachev to go up in weight class and challenge JDM. So what does a win do, and where do you think it'll put you in the division?
So, in my personal opinion, right, this win is going to catapult me to be in the position of that number one contender spot. But obviously, this is a business, right? Islam has done a lot in the lightweight division. He has a massive name. And, it only makes sense for the UFC to give him that opportunity to fight for the belt. But with all that being said, I'm going to let my performance speak for itself because a lot of things happen within this fight business that, yet again, we cannot predict. So with that being said, if that such thing does happen, Buck going to be ready for his opportunity when it come call.
Who do you think wins that one, by the way, if they do make it?
Say it again, bro.
Between JDM and Islam, who do you think wins that fight if they do book?
Islam.
Yeah. Is that a fight that interests you as well? Do you feel like maybe down the line you two could fight? Obviously, if he becomes champion and you're a top contender.
Me and Islam?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, I would love it, but I don't think Islam would. I truly believe if Islam is able to win that 170 title, he gonna move. He done everything that he needed to do. What, he gonna stick around and potentially lose that winning streak? I don't think so. I think he really just trying to cement his name. It's really kind of just a legacy pass. And then once he wins that welterweight belt, my man gonna retire at the end of the day. That's my opinion.
Thank you and good luck on Saturday.
Hey, Joaquin. Saw on your podcast, by the way, terrific.
Appreciate it.
It's an A+ name. And this is touch a little bit on what you just spoke about. But you mentioned that you think that you can put yourself certainly in that spot, that number one contender area. Have you had any conversations with the UFC about that, or maybe being a backup fighter for a possible JDM versus Islam fight?
No deep conversations. But let my performance speak for itself, and I think that's who they will want as a backup, a person like me.
And if that ends up not being, if they do go with Islam, are you willing to take another fight after you get this victory on Saturday, or do you want to just hold out, see how things play out for a while before?
That ain't how this business works. At the end of the day, I'm trying to get paid though too. So yeah, we're gonna be looking to go after that belt. But if it ain't available, we look at a name.
Fair enough. And if that does come to pass, are there a lot of contenders coming up? Are there any of them that have jumped out as somebody? Ian Machado, Gary, Sean Brady, Shavkat, any of those that you would want?
Whichever one with the numbers spiked the most, that's the one I want.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. How are you doing? You said that you think that Islam will probably retire after JDM fight, but if he's not, and if he will win and he will decide to stay at 170, that could be not so good situation for all these fighters in welterweight. I mean, the fight will probably be in Abu Dhabi in October. Then he will have some rest. Then will be Ramadan, and he doesn't fight in Ramadan. So the next title fight of Islam Makhachev at 170 could be in May. So are you planning to stay active, or you will wait for him?
Well, I wouldn't have a choice, right? In that fashion. But I believe I'm one more away, especially right after the Kamaru Usman fight, period. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to the rankings, Usman is only ranked number 5. But don't get it twisted, bro. Islam ain't no big threat to the welterweight division. This is the deepest weight class that you can get into right now. Not only just from myself, but from guys like Ian Gary, from Shavkat, from Sean Brady. Like Islam definitely gonna have to, prove to the world that he's ready for this division. Period.
Thank you.
I got one. Is that cool? Yeah. just when you were talking about the division as a whole, you said it's probably the deepest division in MMA. Like, do you believe that you're currently in the best division in MMA? And when it comes to the pound for pound rankings, do you think that should give the welterweight division, like to be able to be higher than some of these guys that
No,
are?
I believe, yes, this is the deepest the weight class has ever been, especially with all the names I just listed, right? And you still got guys that's undefeated, right, in this weight class and getting finishes. So if you're able to remain a champion in the welterweight division, because you obviously seen with Leon end up, losing his belt to Bilal. Bilal couldn't hold it down for his first title defense, right? And then you already got, a person like JDM, who is a talented fighter, but I truly believe that, he still has a lot of holes in his game where he eventually gonna get got. So with that being said, I think that if you're able to maintain that welterweight belt, like, bro, you that one, you that guy. And I want to be able to prove that to the world, once I win that title, that every person that I fight, stylistically, bro, I'm the worst matchup for him.
And then I don't know if anybody's talked about it yet, but yesterday at the face-off, what was that energy like? Because it seemed like you were talking some trash to Kamaru, and then at the end you kind of had a moment where you're like, man, this is Kamaru Usman in front of me, and it kind of hyped you up. So what was going on throughout that?
Well, I'm a big fan myself, right? Because where I came from and how I worked to get to this point, right? It's just a big reminder, man, that God can bless you, right? And put you in a position where you couldn't even imagine. And for me to be, somebody that was watching, Kamaru Usman, right, come to St. Louis, right, and kind of be the 30%, Kamaru Usman in St. Louis, but still be able to put on a show. And me being able to watch that and being like now in a position where I'm like, okay, I'm right in front of this man now. I get to fight this man. I get to prove not only to myself but to the world, man, that I'm one of the best. And I feel like just giving that real authentic energy of what I'm saying in my mind, but out to the public, I think it's just a surreal thing.
And then last one, I know Paddy Pimblett's kind of faced criticism this way, where he says like, "Hey man, no matter who I beat, they're gonna keep moving the goalposts further away." Do you think people are kind of going to be like that with you? If you beat Kamaru Usman, they'll be like, oh, Usman's a little bit older. Or when you beat Wonder Boy, Wonder Boy's a little bit older. Like, do you kind of get that energy from people as well, where they're like, they're going to keep moving the goalposts on me no matter what I do?
They will, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to have that name on my resume. I'm still going to be able to say that I beat a former champion and a Hall of Famer in Kamaru Usman. So regardless of people say, oh, he too old or he was washed, which he not whatsoever, I still got that name on my resume, so that's all that matters.
Joaquin, Julian Virgin, WABE News. Could you speak more to yesterday's face-off? Did you see anything in Kamaru that stood out to you, or it was just a regular face-off?
No, it wasn't. It's never a regular face-off. Definitely when you speak about me. But I always love to see the type of energy that fighters give other people and to see if they will give to me. And with Kamaru Usman, I feel like a lot of fights that, he had and a lot of opponents that, he would go back and forth with, whether that's Masvidal, whether that's Leon, whether that's Colby Covington himself, he was quiet with me, right? And I seen, not about his body language, but just his demeanor, him taking in a deep breath before he seen me. Like, little details like that mean a lot to me, right? Because he know the person that he's finna deal with in front of him is about to give him that action. And, I just can't wait because I'm already knowing with that type of energy, even though you might be nervous or you might be, I wouldn't even say frightened, right? But worried about what's in front of you, you're going to be locked in. And those are the fighters to watch out for at the end of the day.
A few weeks ago, you joked that Kamaru doesn't have any knees. Again, I'm just curious, how much does that factor into your game plan as you step into the octagon with him?
Oh, with him not having no knees, just good footwork. Moving around Kamaru Usman. At the end of the day, there's a lot of fighters within my division that don't know how to move, and they kind of stand right in front of each other. That's why I believe my style and me being dynamic is very unique right? Because there's nobody that fights like me, you know. So I see the guys that Kamaru Usman he's training with. Don't know none of those guys move like me whatsoever. So he's not going to be prepared for what he sees when he step out into the octagon.
And again, a couple of weeks ago, you did also speak about being able to headline a card here in Atlanta, Georgia, and the impact that you could possibly have on young black men. Could you speak more to that?
I appreciate that. I truly believe that, you know, having this fight out in Atlanta is a major deal, right? With me being able to pretty much represent, you know, a culture of people, especially out here in Atlanta, and me being able to give back by actually coming out to Atlanta and being able to be out in Cheney's Stadium, right? Being out at the public park, going to Stonecrest Mall, and being out at Lion Cage MMA in Privy. I think it's just a great opportunity to really show people that, you know, I'm the guy that the UFC can see that is trying, right, to reach out to us and to really kind of put on for the sport. You know, there's not a lot of a major black audience that watch our sport, right? And it's not because they wouldn't love it. It's because we don't have a lot of representation within our sport that really go back out into the community and really kind of put on. And I think I'm one of the first fighters to do that, and I'm really getting that love back right here in Atlanta.
What's been the theme of your fight camp?
The theme of this fight camp has been war, because I'm already knowing the type of fight that this is going to take in order for me to be in a position where I want to be. And I understand that it's not going to be easy, right? Obviously, you see the shirt that I got on, Take the Throne, right? Like, when you take the throne, you know, there's going to be a battle, right? There's going to be a front line that you're going to have to set and not waver and not, you know, back up. And I know that within this fight, I can't back up against Kamaru Usman. I have to move forward, and I got to put that pressure on him. And, you know, we got to go for the kill.
Final question, and thank you for your time.
Yeah.
You're going to step into the cage by yourself, but you're out here with your team. Could you speak about the group of people that helps you get to this point?
Thank you. With me having a team like this, in the beginning of my career, I didn't have it, right? I mean, I'm talking about from the first fight that I had with Kevin Holland. When I say I literally was out there by myself, I was, right? And now being in a position where I'm having these main events, right? I'm fighting the best people in the world. You can't do this on your own. You need a massive team, you know. So, you know, my team consists of some of the best guys around, you know, and they never been heard of, you know. And I believe with me being on a platform like the UFC, right, I don't just get to shed the light on me, but I get to shed the light on other people, right, that's helping me get to the places that I need to be. So with my, you know, my coach with Edric Dillard, you know, with Reggie Thomas, with Travis Brown, with Jeff Henry, you know, and working with my manager with Todd and Shagun and one of my best assistants back there, Rocky. It's just like it takes a team in order to be the best in the world, because I've always talked about this, right? The solid foundation. You know, right now we building up something great, but if I didn't have a solid foundation, everything will come crumbling down, you know. So I got the best bricks around me that's going to put me in a position, man, to be the best in the world.
On Saturday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's it. Appreciate y'all. Oh, yeah. Make sure y'all go to my open workout. That is tomorrow at 1 p.m. at 3 o'clock. We already got like 100 people already signed up. So make sure y'all don't miss out, man, because we only got a limited amount of tickets left. All right, let's go.
Court, another fight week for you. How are you feeling in this fight week? And you're such a veteran. You've been around for so long. Like, is there I don't know, like excitement? Has the feeling changed ahead of a fight now that you're so far into your career?
No, I mean it's just as exciting. Preparation went really well. Having coming off a great fight and not being injured, I was able to like get right back into practice. Plus, I own a gym, Gima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA. Me and my business partner Dane and his wife Amy, and so I was able to get right back into practice. So I feel really good. Other than being a little heavier, I think because I was able to like get right back to lifting, like which made me a little bit nervous, but the weight's coming off and I feel good. And outside of that, yeah, exciting. I'm excited for the matchup. I think it's a great matchup. Chiesa being an Ultimate Fighter winner, I think is cool. Being a heavy grappler, I think it makes for a really good matchup.
And how different is the preparation now that you're in your 40s as opposed to when you were younger? You know, back in your 20s, has a lot changed?
I don't spar as hard. I leave that for the last couple of weeks. Like I'll get a couple of pretty hard sessions, but when I'm not practicing for a fight, I practice 7 to 9 times a week. So just all year long, and I've done that my whole career. Every once in a while, where I teach about 10 classes a week, I'll hop in, and so sometimes that'll kick up. And then I have 2 sons, older sons, that both wrestle, and one of them plays baseball. And so I'm their training partner, and I help coach the teams that they're on. So sometimes I'll end up getting like 14 or 15 practices in a week. My middle son right now is wrestling in these, they're called the Salina duels. So he'll have 20 plus wrestling matches this week. Today he has 7, and they're all like varsity high school matches, and he's an 8th grader. And so I was practicing with him. And then my older son, he's leaving for the junior national duels next week in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So I was helping him get ready. So it's like I had lots and lots of extra practices. After I got my neck fixed, to be honest, like I want to be in there practicing. And so even though I'm 40, the practices have changed just a little bit, as in they're a little bit more specific, and sometimes I'm a little more choosy with some of the partners, but like my wrestling partners are high-level college wrestlers. My grappling partners are high-level black belts, plus all of my students that range from, brand new white belts to brand new MMA fighters. And then, I've got a great team around me. So Dane, Marco, I got Danny Gunn coming. Yeah, we have a great group, and we have a stud group of fighters ranging from flyweight to heavyweight, fighting out of our gym. So we've got a crop of just savages, and around my weight too. So it's been really good.
Well, the excitement's there. You've talked about in recent years how your health has gotten much better, especially with that neck surgery. So how much longer do you see yourself fighting, and is there goals or certain little milestones that you want to hit before you hang up the gloves?
Tentatively, well, I have 2 fights left in my contract, so this and one more. But for the last several years, I have taken it 1 fight at a time. So it's like I can't really look forward. I mean, that neck injury really threw me. Like, it was so bad. After the Matt Brown fight, I was like, dude, there's no way that I can compete. There is no way. And after I got it fixed, I felt like I did 8 or 9 years ago, like just savage. I was able, because I had to adjust my training because of neck issues. Like I had to shoot on the opposite side. I had to change my stance when I was grappling. It was like there was lots of little adjustments, and everybody makes adjustments for injuries. And like I've got a fused wrist, and I've had shoulder surgery, and I've had a bunch of knee surgeries. And so it's like you've got to make little adjustments, but the neck one, it was so difficult to practice and so difficult to sleep. And now I feel great. So it's like I'm not putting any stock, but I'm gonna fight these next 2 fights, and then really have a heart to heart with my wife, with my kids. I have 3 boys. Talk to them, and then we'll take it one fight at a time. But we're getting close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, do you and Brad Tavares have like a competition to see who sticks around longer?
Yeah,
Dude,
I love Brad. He somebody told me he just renegotiated, so
yeah.
he's got 4 more, baby, or at least I would think. So no, we don't have a running tally, but I just did an interview about the season 11 Ultimate Fighter House and the Chuck Tito rivalry, and it's like me and Brad are still going strong, which
I think
is awesome.
you guys are the last 2, right?
Yeah, we're the last 2. But I mean, there was 8 or 9 guys that had like quite a few fights in the UFC, and like the guy that I fought to get in the house, Seth Baczynski. I mean, dude, he had like a 20-fight career, and he had like a bunch of fight of the night like there was a bunch of really good fighters, Kyle Noak, and it was a good season to be a part of, man.
Yeah, it was fun. Lastly, talk to me about Michael Chiesa. It seems like this is kind of like a legends fight in the sense that you're getting 2 veterans here, and these are the type of fights that a lot of fans sometimes want to see, right? I'm guessing you're very happy with this matchup, and how do you see it going?
I'm like every other fight, man. I come out to find a way to win, so I'm going to put the pressure on him right off the bat. Come out fast. It should be a great fight, and where he's heavy grappling, like that's the other thing is I've grappled for years and years, and it's like I'm going to be looking for a finish, and I think I think I can do it. So we'll see.
I'm excited for that one, and best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Is this thing on? Okay. You talked a lot about how you've got 3 boys. I'm one of 3 myself. How has that changed just the way you look at life and your approach to things? Is there a lot of chaos in the house like I would expect?
Yes, there is a tremendous amount of chaos in the house, but it's a chaos that I've had my entire career. So I had Isaac, my firstborn, when I was 22. So he was 3. He was 3 when I think I made it into the Ultimate Fighter House. I was staying with Chuck, training with Chuck for the finale when he had his 3rd birthday. I went back home, had his 3rd birthday, and then we had our 2nd son on the way. So I've got an 18-year-old. He just graduated, and he's going to college to wrestle on a scholarship. And then I have a 14-year-old that's going into high school, and then I have a 4-year-old. All 3 boys, and then, I've been married for, it'd be 18 years this year. So, and we've been together for 23 or 24 years, and it is a lot of chaos, but I don't know. I've always been proud that I have become the professional athlete that my sons can look up to, and they see me, at home, they see the difference, they see me fight in the octagon, and it is a little chaotic having 3 boys, especially super active boys. But I love it. Like I get to be a coach. I get to be a training partner, and where I'm in great shape all the time because I'm getting ready to fight the best guys in the world. It's like I can keep up with them and pass them sometimes, except for the older one. He's starting to take it to me. So, yeah.
Have they taught you any lessons throughout your career?
Oh, yeah. My sons have taught me patience and the mental game. So one of them, both of the older boys are fantastic wrestlers, both state placers. My oldest son was a state champion this year, and he put together 56 wins. Pretty incredible, like one of the better kids in the country. He's on the national team. He represents Utah. Like I said, he's going to the national duels next week, a couple of days after I get home. And just coaching him through the mental side of things has helped me with perspective in the mental side of things here. Like, it is very important, but preparation, attitude, and effort are important. And if I'm coaching that, like I better be practicing that. And so practicing that helps me not only stay in the moment, not worry about stuff that I can't control, but worry about the stuff that I can control. And, I don't know that I would have that if I didn't have kids, because I don't know any different. So since I've started, it's like I've had children, and my wife alongside me. And so, it's taught me a lot of lessons, and it's helped me through a lot of ups and downs, and it's kept me focused, financially, because it's like I'm fighting to provide a living for my family, and so it's not my money, it's our money, and I need to make decisions what's best for my family. So it keeps me focused, and so I'm really grateful, but lots and lots of lessons.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Good.
fighting somebody that's debatably the GOAT in the division to try to get his gold back. I still think he's great. And there's just so many fighters in the 135 division that are exciting, and so many of them have great striking styles. And I'm just excited to see where I fall into it.
Well, thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Malcolm Wellmaker, Julian Virgin.
What's going on?
Good to see you, man. You spent a lot of time in Atlanta, Georgia, fighting on a local scene. Could you talk about how those opportunities have prepared you to be right here and having an opportunity to fight in front of a hometown crowd?
Yeah, all the regional fights in Atlanta got me used to the traffic, that's for sure. But you know, it's special when you fight in the city, man. It's so busy. After the fight, it's always so much to do. The crowd is always so into it. You know probably that every time I fight in Atlanta, I try to walk out to something very personal for the Atlanta crowd. So this was no different, man. You know, every time I've ever fought in Atlanta, you know, for the NFC, I've had a great time. The city has showed me so much love. So it's going to be that same feeling, just on a huge scale this time.
And this is your first opportunity, man, just being a part of a press conference like this, man. You're hearing other people ask you about not just like, you know, your fight, but the division. How does it feel to be in this position?
You know, I said it my last fight that everything felt like a dream. You know, everything was surreal, meeting all the fighters, all the opportunities, the nutrition team giving me meals, all this stuff. And it's almost like I'm reliving that same thing where experience like having this press conference and people asking me my thoughts about guys that's in my division, you know, champions, you know. It's surreal, man. And it feels good to know that I am getting some respect and recognition on the highest level, because for a long time I felt like I could do it, and it just seems to actually be happening for me now.
Now, talking about that respect and recognition, how have things changed since your knockout in April?
Well, first of all, man, my social media presence has just skyrocketed, man. I've gotten over like 70,000 followers since my last fight, which is crazy. So many people like the fact that I quit my job, became a full-time athlete. That's been incredible. You know, so many different athletes and companies are reaching out to me, showing me their love and their support. And I'm a full-time athlete now. You know, that's the biggest difference in my life, my day-to-day schedule. You know, I wake up, I go train, I come home, I recover, and I give my best effort again another 1 or 2 times a day.
Just celebrated the birthday, just brought a new child into the world. How are you navigating life outside of the cage and also navigating your career inside of it?
Honestly, man, I'm navigating everything as I always have. You know, life is always unpredictable. So I had to develop the ability to make decisions on the fly, keep my cool, be somebody that people could look to in times of stress. And nothing's changed. You know, we had the baby. Delivery was great. Baby's been chilling. He's back there right now relaxing. And being a full-time athlete, man, you know, I got the right people around me, my coaches, my teammates, everybody taking care of me. The Performance Institute is now a part of my team. They're working with me, and just all the skill sets I developed in life and as an athlete before getting here, and having the right teammates and people in my corner make it easy for me to handle all this stuff.
Kris Moutinho was in here earlier. We spoke to him, and he acknowledged that you are a prospect, and he's also somebody who is coming in here with a job to do. Could you speak more to Kris and what you have to do in order to continue to push your career forward against him?
Well, first and foremost, huge respect to Kris. I mean, I know he took a fight on even shorter notice against Sean O'Malley, but, you know, him taking a fight 11 days notice with me after what I just did, and then especially after having been cut before, he know what risk was in front of him, and he had, you know, the heart to say yes. So huge respect to him, and I think that's just a reflection of the type of fighter he is, the type of person he is. You know, he's going to come in, and even though he respects me, he's not going to be afraid of me. He's going to walk forward. He's going to push the pace. He's going to try to get me tired. He's going to be willing to take my best shot and give more back. And I just have to be ready to do it. You know, from the very first bell to the very last bell, if I have to fight him for 15 minutes, a very hard fight, you know, I will do it. But I plan on hitting him with my best shot, putting him away, and if he can take it, I'll hit him with it again.
You said 11 days notice. Was there any point in time that you were concerned that you weren't going to get on this Atlanta card?
I was concerned every day. Every day that passed, we had a couple names come across and things just didn't work out. And it was already a quick turnaround. We was looking at, 6 weeks turnaround from Kansas City to Atlanta. So I knew it was going to be hard to get a matchup. And, every day that something didn't get locked in, my hope dwindled a little bit more. But my manager and his confidence in Sean Shelby never wavered. I mean, I asked him multiple times, like, well, do you think it's going to happen? He said, yes, I think Sean's going to get it done. So, I stayed in that mindset. I ate what I was supposed to. I trained how I was supposed to, and I was ready to fight.
Final question, man. Your placement on the card is, again, you're working your way. You're working your way. What's been the theme of this training camp as you prepare to fight State Farm Arena at UFC Fight Night?
The whole focus of this camp has been taking my training camp, taking my skill set and myself as an athlete to the next level. With access to so many new resources and so much more time, I've been getting so much more knowledge, so much more information, changing a couple different things, maybe dialing back a couple of my long distance runs and doing some targeted runs, really focusing on my grappling, my wrestling with private coaching sessions. This whole 6 weeks I've been focusing on evolving to be able to fight the best in the world, and it will show this weekend.
Real quick. Obviously, it's here in Atlanta. The UFC hasn't been here in a long time, so you're uniquely able to talk about what it's like fighting here in this city. What do you think it's going to look like on Saturday, and why do you think Atlanta is a spot that should be a place that the UFC continues to come back to?
Well, this weekend is gonna be electric. I don't know how typical it is for a prelim fight to have as much of a reaction as I'm gonna get, but I'm sure the ground is going to be shaking when I walk out, especially when y'all hear the song that I'm walking out to. Somebody might start fighting in the crowd. I mean, it's gonna be a good time. And there's talent in Georgia. So much as the crowd shows up, so much as the fighters from Georgia keep doing what they're supposed to be doing, I think that they'll visit Atlanta a little bit more frequently.
Do you have any message to maybe other kind of aspiring fighters who are kind of on the come up? They're grinding kind of like you did, side hustles, everything, working their way up. But what's the mindset you think they need to have and the message you would give them?
Man, when I look back at me trying to climb my way up to this level and, all the hardship that came with it. I mean, I took so many losses, even though only so many in the cage, just in life, so many people you have to deal with, losing along the way, so many opportunities you have to pass up, career opportunities, even vacations, just so many things. You have to be willing to take those losses, and you have to be willing to stay focused on what you're pursuing and know that it's worth it to you because, for everybody it's something different. So whatever it is you're pursuing, make sure that your heart's set on it, and all those losses that you take along the way will be worth it.
I think last question for me. Everybody probably does things differently when the fight is in your home state. Family, I'm sure that you have family coming out and stuff like that. Are you going to have them in the building or are you going to have them around? Like I know we talked to people earlier that said they don't want them anywhere close. How are you going to kind of adjust to having your whole friends and family, a lot of people be able to come see you fight on a big stage like this?
For me, when I fight, I have fun. I have a good time. I say it all the time, but whenever me and my team take a fight trip, it's literally like a vacation, man. We come out here, we stay in the nice hotels, we having a good time, we eating different food, we seeing different people. So when I go compete, I'm out there having a good time too. So just having people that I love so personally be able to share that experience with me, I expect to go in there and have even more fun. I know the pressure is a real thing. I know it gets to a lot of people. But for me, man, when that cage door closes and they ring that bell, I got one thing on my mind, and that's go in there and perform. Thank you.
Malcolm.
What's up?
First of all, shout out to you for keeping that promise. I remember you told me.
I remember you asking.
Yeah. Shout out to you. When you walked in the office and you had on that white welding cap, what was that conversation like? Was your boss like, all right, I already know what's about to happen. Like, we don't need to have this conversation. Or was he like, hey, man, thank you for coming and working for me every day, putting in the time. Like, how did that conversation go?
Yeah, I didn't really have to explain myself too much. I literally had on sweatpants and a hoodie. Everybody else is wearing their hard-toe boots and everything. And I sat down at the table. I stopped and grabbed biscuits on the way to work.
And they knew, everybody that was at my job was supporting me. They watched the fight. They knew what my aspirations were, and they knew what position I could be in if I got the bonus. So we literally sat at the table for about an hour. I mean, they stopped work. We had a good farewell. We talked about all the memories. We talked about what's next, and I rounded up my tools and went home. It was a very positive experience.
And then I know they asked you earlier about like fighters and people like that reaching out to you, but as far as trades goes, like I know people that work in trades, they're like your brothers because you're with them. They say you're with the people that you work with in trades more than you are your own family sometimes, right? So have you had people from the trades kind of reach out to you as well in the DMs and be like, hey, bro, like inspiring story, like I work trades every day, I do what you do type thing?
Yeah, man. I've worked with a lot of people that travel all over the country. So my DMs, my comments, YouTube and Instagram is people in California, Florida, all over the world telling me, hey, I met this guy. And like, look, the guys who worked with me, they run around with a picture on their phone showing people like, hey, I know this guy, you know what I mean? So like so many people in the construction industry across the nation, across the world have known people I worked with personally, and all of them are absolutely inspired by what I'm doing, and I have their unconditional support.
And then as far as like the decision itself, I was reading some of the comments and some people were like, yo, I know you're betting on yourself, but like you also have a good job. Like, maybe you should work both. Like, what do you think when you saw things like that, when people are like, hey, man, like, it's a big risk, it's a big gamble, but you seem pretty confident, like, hey, this is going to pay off. Like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, man. I just talked about, taking losses when I was pursuing this stage, and that's another loss I'm willing to take. If the money that I got, falls out of my pocket, it doesn't last, I'm not getting these bonuses anymore, I bet on myself. I pursued that greatness, and I'm happy and content with doing it. And then everybody else that's actually, in the trade or in unions know my book's still paid up, and I could call the hall any day and ask them where the work's at. So, hopefully I don't have to do that, but even if I did, I'm very, very confident with the bet I'm placing on myself.
And then last one, as far as like activity-wise, you said just from the last fight alone, like your social media presence has gone and skyrocketed. We've seen guys in the past like Kevin Holland be super active in a year. Another guy, Joshua Van, taking a bunch of fights, just took another one against Brandon Royval. All of a sudden, everybody's they're talking about him, right? So are you looking to be that active as well and, kind of develop a fan base like they had so quickly?
Yeah, 100%. I want to be as active as possible. If I keep going into these fights, getting guys out of there early, not taking a lot of damage, I'm 100% willing to make, 2-month, 3-month turnarounds, or even less, depending on the opportunity. So yeah, if it works out, if the cards are stacked the right way and the matchups make sense, I will be as active as possible.
Firstly, Malcolm, thanks for coming. And second, you've had kind of a whirlwind start to your UFC career, but they did give you a pretty tough opponent in Cameron Simon your first time out. How does it feel to know that the UFC and the MMA community at large thinks so highly of you by putting you in these sorts of situations?
Yeah, I'm so glad that I got a test like Cameron Simon and was able to do what I did, because I think that's what set up the respect for my skill set. If I'd have went out there and not had an opponent that was as tough and it was expected for me to do that to him, I don't think that my career and the hype behind me would be the same. But because of him, it set everything up perfectly. So I'm super happy that I got the opportunity to fight somebody as respected as Cameron Simon in my debut. And with somebody like Kris Moutinho in front of me, man, I think it's just a matchup that's a banger set up for people, and something that, they had to make a fight happen, so they pulled the ace out the sleeve and said, Kris will take it.
Yeah, like you said in the lead up, were you just willing to say yes to anybody to make it happen, like trying to do anything possible to make it work?
Yeah, man. Unfortunately, I got that hard-headed fighter mentality. My coaches know if a fighter's name comes to me, I'm going to say yes. So with that being said, every name that came to me, I said yes to. And like I said, things just didn't work out. Some of them, it was just too quick of a turnaround. Some of them actually accepted and then got injured. So like I said, Kris was the guy. You need him to take a fight on short notice against a killer, he'll do it.
So last question. Can I take a guess as to what your walkout song would be, or are you saving it as a surprise?
Yeah, you can take a guess.
Is it Crime Mob?
That's a good one, but no. That is a real good one, but no. Hey, salute to you, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello.
Hey Rose, how are you?
I'm good. A little chilly in here.
Yeah, it is. It is quite cold. To your right over here, left. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
over here. Talk to me about this fight. You and Miranda have an interesting history. You guys have trained together. She spoke about your relationship. Just a few hours ago when she came here to talk to us. How did this fight come about, and were there any sort of second thoughts because of the history between you two?
Um, I mean, no second thoughts or anything. Just it's something that I wasn't like super surprised by, just because when I was matched up to fight Macy and she had pulled out last year. Yeah, I believe it was about last year. Yeah, Miranda was one of the first people to kind of throw her name in the hat to jump at that opportunity. And she was matched up to fight Tracy at the time, so she was kind of upset that Tracy got that opportunity over her. So, yeah, and we were training together for that fight, mainly just like sparring, not like all the other stuff. So yeah, whenever that happened, I kind of always had in the back of my mind that she would want this opportunity, and so when it came up, I wasn't too surprised, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. Do you take that personal at all, or just business?
No, but I mean, I know that this is a fight business. You know, she wants what I have. She wants my spot, and I gotta just show her that she has to look for a different spot.
Yeah. And overall, as far as like the fight itself, do you like the matchup? Do you like what she presents, what she brings to the table, and how your skills match up against hers?
Yeah, I do like the matchup. Excuse me. I do like the matchup. I think that obviously I'd like to be, fighting. I want to fight, higher ranked people, of course. But I know that she's better than maybe what her ranking kind of says. So to me, as a martial artist, I just want to, fight whoever's going to challenge me and who I can test myself against. And yeah, she's a strong girl. She has, certain attributes, but I just believe all of mine are better than hers.
Yeah. And this will be your 5th fight, right? At 125 pounds since you moved up, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably, yeah.
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 Overall, how has been your stay at 125? You've had some mixed results, but how do you feel yourself as a fighter? And do you ever contemplate maybe moving back to 115, or that's done?
No, I know that people say that a lot or whatever, and try to tell me what to do, try to give me advice about my career, or think this and that. But I know myself, and I know what I'm doing, and yeah, maybe I had some mixed results. But there's a lot of factors and variables that go into it that not a lot of people know me or my situation, and so I don't contemplate going back to 115. Only, I mean, I could be persuaded. Of course, I'm a prize fighter, so if an opportunity presented itself that was convincing, then I do that. But in all actuality, like, I'm here to challenge myself. I'm here to push myself, and 115 just it's I've already like gotten to the top of that and did that, and with the time left that I have in my career, this is the next biggest challenge, and so yeah, it got to the point at 115, it was like I had so many rematches and I was fighting the same people. It's just like and I have that goal of becoming 2 division champion, and I know I hit a speed bump in the last fight. Like had I won that fight, I would have probably been in, title talks, or at least like very close to it. And so right now with that loss is kind of a little frustrating, very frustrating. But I still feel like it's very possible, and it's very within reach. I've actually been in this position before where I was making a title run at 115 when I fought Carolina, actually here in Atlanta, like many years ago, and I thought I was getting that title shot right after that, and it was just, and I lost, and then I had to like kind of rebuild myself, and here I am again, like, all right, I've been here before, so yeah, I just gotta make a statement and do the best that I can, and God willing, I'll get that title shot and I'll achieve my goals.
Yeah. And do you feel like that, you say it's within reach, but like how far do you think it is? Because you are a former champion, you are a beloved name in the sport, and you always put on exciting fights. That's why you're always at the top billing of this cards. I would imagine the line wouldn't be too long, right?
Yeah, things can change very quickly as we see all the time in the MMA. It's very unpredictable. So, I just got to be ready for whatever and just do my best and let God take care of the rest, and whatever, whatever happens and but I do feel like it's very within reach. It's just a little frustrating cuz you feel like you just want it your way, you know what I mean? You want to like as a human being, we want to implement our will but we just kind of have to submit to God's will and just kind of go with his plan and so gotta take a little detour, so it's all for the best though.
It's not official yet, but there's been talks of Zhang Weili potentially moving up to challenge Valentina. What do you think about that fight? You know Valentina very well, and you fought Zhang Weili. You think she has a chance of dethroning Valentina?
I definitely believe she has a chance. I think anybody has a chance, but it's and Whaley obviously I think has a better chance than maybe most other people. However, Valentina, I mean, she's my favorite. Like she's I look up to her. I think she's amazing, and I believe she's the better martial artist. So I think that would make the difference in the fight. I do think Whaley is very fast, and she's very strong for her size as well. But Valentina's extremely strong, so and very fast as well. So I think it would be a very interesting matchup. But I definitely would lean more towards Valentina in that one.
Thank you.
Rose, right here, this side.
Oh, shoot.
Right here. I'm Julian Virgin.
Yeah, okay.
Good to see you. Again,
Yeah.
I'm Julian Virgin. Rose, you've become a fan favorite because of the level of vulnerability that you've been expressing to the fans since you've come into the UFC. I'm curious, this season of your life, how would you describe it?
The season of my life, fun, very peaceful. It's not without its turmoil or chaotic moments, but just my faith in God and just like my relationship that I've really like worked on a lot over the last few years. It's like these are actually the things that I've been through, just like that I maybe don't always talk about, or I don't like. I am very vulnerable and I am very open, but there's also things that I still keep private in my life, and it's crazy because it's like it seems like it would be it's tougher than than I would even let on, and so but I just have the peace and the joy that surpasses all understanding and the strength of God. So it just helps me carry my cross and with joy and be able to just relish and smile in the face of any type of just hardships or persecution or just whatever it is, so yeah, nobody could take my joy.
You spoke about how you fought in Atlanta previously. When you're on these work trips, do you take time to explore the city, and what does that look like for you being here in Atlanta, Georgia?
I really do like Atlanta, and I wish I was more, I guess, it's just always like a risky thing to all right, let's go do something. And then it's like, oh no, I changed my mind. I want to go in my room and hide, So, but no, I really do like it here. We kind of walked around outside a little bit, but yeah, it's just focus on the task at hand and just kind of conserve energy and focus on performing.
And Rose, what has been the theme of this fight camp as you prepare to go to battle? The theme.
Ooh. Oh gosh. I don't know. Just the martial arts journey. Just being a martial artist and enjoying the process and enjoying everything, regardless of what's going on. Just being a martial artist.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Rose. Just really quickly on the Zhang Weili, obviously you have a long history with her. If she does end up moving up and taking the flyweight belt, it's got to be good for you, right? I mean, you have 2 wins over her. And you mentioned that you kind of left 115 because you were tired of rematches. Is that a 3-match you would relish given the changed circumstances?
Oh yeah, for sure. Just because, 115. Obviously, we did that twice there. So, if she, got through all of that and was able to, then yeah, that would be something that at 125 would obviously make it a little different and more exciting. And obviously with obviously achieving such a big I don't know, achievement, that would make it way more interesting for sure. The more that she elevates herself, the more that it's like, okay, that's a new mountain to climb. Like, she's obviously, I think in her last fight, she showed some great evolution. And so it would just make it more interesting that the more she evolves, the more that I would be interested in that. But yeah, so we'll see.
And is that a fight you'd be more interested or less interested, just given your kind of personal respect for Valentina Shevchenko?
Yeah.
Would you rather not fight someone you respect for that second title?
Yeah, I mean, I respect them both, but I definitely have, like, I guess a more softer place in my heart for Valentina. Not that I don't like Whaley at all. Like, I think she's great too. I think she's great for the sport, and just respect a lot of what she's done. Yeah, that would be very interesting. I think they kind of, both fights would be a dream come true in a different, for different reasons. And but with Valentina, I ain't gonna lie, it would be a little bit like it would. I don't know. I really like her as a person. I just gotten to know her a little bit more, so it would be a little bit weird. But I would definitely put that aside and just kind of focus on, just the fan side of myself as a mixed martial artist fan, and also just a martial artist, and being like, I would put myself in the headspace of like, all right, we're gonna test ourselves, and we're gonna just have fun doing this and get paid doing it. Because obviously, I mean, I trained a lot with her, and we didn't get paid for that. So, so I try to just focus on that. But there would be somewhat of mixed feelings. Mm-hmm.
Rose, real quick, I just want to get your thoughts on the expected fight between Amanda Nunes and Kayla Harrison. It's a big fight for women's MMA, and
yeah,
it got a lot of people excited. And I feel like there hasn't been a matchup like that in a while. One of them that I can point to is your rivalry with Joanna Jędrzejczyk that had people going. So what are your thoughts overall for that fight, and what it could do for women's MMA? And I don't know if you maybe feel comfortable leaving us with a prediction for that.
Oh, man, that was really good for women's MMA. I was very happy and very proud, to see that, just the way, like, the athletes handle themselves, and very respectful, but also very, like, we can find excitement in, like, legit martial artists that are just there to, like, for that reason and alone. And not that I'm not entertained by certain just whatever, like, rivalries and things, that when it gets a little I guess chatty and this and that, or catty, so to speak. But I really appreciated, like, just the way that they were, I guess, represented women's MMA. And so definitely very excited for that fight. And it'd be interesting to see how Kayla Harrison deals with Amanda striking. I think that's probably maybe, like, mostly what everybody might be thinking, or that might be the big question. But her striking is looking better and better each time she gets in there. So, and then, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if she can get her hands on Amanda and see. But I mean, Amanda's got great jiu-jitsu, and she's super strong. So, a prediction, I don't know if I have one just yet, but man, I don't know. I love them both, and Kayla Harrison made me a huge fan of hers. Just the way that she represented, her faith in Jesus, and she just, like, put it out there and spreads the gospel like that. That to me, I'm a little biased when it comes to that, but I mean, so I'm be rooting for her. But I love Amanda Nunes. I think she's, obviously the greatest. So, yeah, I'll be watching.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Rose. So pretty recently, Miranda Maverick said that it'd be a heck of a charity event to have people come in and watch you guys spar. Are you excited about the technical battle that you think this fight's going to bring?
Yeah, I think that I'm prepared for all of it. I'm prepared for it to go all 3 rounds, or whether it's just going to be a quick finish. So to me, it's all about my preparation and the adjustments that we've made since looking back at our training footage and things like that, and then just watching how she kind of fights and stuff. Yeah, but I'm truly prepared for all of it. So I don't know about a charity event or what was that?
Miranda said, quote, when we spar, we said it would be a heck of a charity event to just put on live sparring where people would come in and watch fighters get rounds.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess in general, I think that it's kind of one of those weird etiquette things where like there's so much that happens in the gym, and training is definitely different from the fight, but there's so many like training clips that it's like, man, if somebody would see this would be crazy. You know what I mean? But as far as our rounds, I mean, I think they were pretty decent rounds. I don't know that. I don't know. It is what it is. I think it's. I don't know. I don't know if like charity event or whatever. I don't know what that means, but I never post really like my sparring footage, but it would be great to do that I know people would really enjoy that in general, just like with anybody. So I don't know, like her rounds with me versus anybody else. I don't know. There's some that are good, some that are just okay. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe she's trying to hype up our fight, which I do believe is going to be very, I've evolved a lot in this training camp. So I'm just really excited to, put that on display and let it translate into the fight, because that's my biggest like prayer and hope, is that what I've done, I have the full confidence that I'm fully prepared. It's like, okay, now what I've done, I just gotta make it perform and translate into the fight. So yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned you've done a lot of evolving. Are there any adjustments or tweaks, either physically or mentally, that you've made that you're especially proud of heading into this camp?
Yeah, actually. I just like was looking back at like old training footage when I like first kind of was preparing for this fight, and it's just funny because like Pat has been telling me for probably many years, but I just like never really fully seen it the way that he was saying it, but he's like, why are you letting these people do this, or like why are you just like letting this happen? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm trying my hardest, and I'm just like, I'm breathing heavy, like, and then when I go back and watch, and it's funny because like I would watch the same thing back then, and it's like it looked normal to me, but then all of a sudden when I watched it, it was like the smoke cleared from my eyes, and I could just see like, yeah, why am I just letting stuff happen, or why am I, I know I could be doing something else right there, and so all of a sudden it just, once I made that realization, it was like, it changed a huge, it turned a huge corner for me in my training and my results and my performance in my training. So that was a huge one. And then just being on the same page and not just being able to see eye to eye on a lot of things within the team and stuff has been huge. And so, yeah, and then I think like having the off season for this fight, like just a little bit more time to like kind of lift more weights and stuff going into a camp, I think has been really good on the physical side and whatnot. So, and I think just overall, just maturing and more experience over time and stuff like that has been helpful.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Rose, over here.
Mm-hmm.
You are 2 times UFC champion.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to Jiří Procházka turning down the UFC fight to focus on finishing his university degree?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What's your reaction to Jiří Procházka turning down the UFC title shot and focusing on his finishing the university degree? Former light heavyweight champion.
Former light heavyweight
Jiří Procházka.
champion. Oh, Jiří, he turned down the title shot?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay.
Oh, to stay in school?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, he's very smart. I support him in that, and yeah, I think, it's funny. I actually went through many times throughout my career and was like, I'm done with this, and I even like going off of I think it might be even the second Carla loss. I actually enrolled in some classes for like a few months, and I was like, yeah, this ain't it, so I can relate to that, and I totally understand the thought process of like, wanting to change career paths and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is he retired, or is he just like taking a break?
He's just finishing the school right now in a few weeks.
Okay. Yeah.
Then
So
he's ready to fight.
Okay, so yeah, so I think that's very smart. You know, just do that, and I mean, I'm sure he's still got a lot of time, and I think that'll be good for him. I think it'll just kind of revitalize him and be able to come back stronger. And you know, I'm a big fan of his, so it'll be cool to see. Okay, thank you guys.
Yes, one more.
One more?
Right here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rose, this is the fight against Miranda. For you, it's kind of fight where you can more lose than to gain. I mean, if you'll win, you'll stay where you are. If you lose, you, in the worst case scenario, you can go out of top 10. So does this fact make extra pressure on you?
I mean, I guess naturally it would. But me as a martial artist, I just gotta, you know, fight who's in front of me. And so obviously she's behind in the rankings, but as far as like an opponent, like she's, you know, I guess earned the right to be here. And so she's on a impressive win streak. And so so I just have to look at it as a martial artist and think that that's just the next challenge in front of me, and not pay attention to all the other stuff, even though it is, I think, you know, I guess that's normal and natural to think about, but I try not to think about it too much because she poses a threat that I have to overcome, and regardless of you know, the result, I just have to perform my best, and you know, yeah, just let go of the rest.
And one quick from me, how will look the perfect 2025 for you if we're talking about UFC?
I'm sorry, what?
How will look the perfect year 2025 for you if we're talking about
perfect year? Yeah, perfect year would be, you know, probably, you know, win this fight and then maybe win 2 more, and hopefully somewhere in there as a title shot, and that would be perfect.
Let it be. Good luck.
Thank you.
Four? I think it's 4. I think 4.
Mansur, over here. You got a pretty big fight. Brundage is somebody that's been around for a while, that has been in some big spots. So talk to me, how happy are you with this opportunity, and is this something that you envision for your next fight in the UFC?
I'm extremely happy, but it's not necessarily big to me. Every fight is the exact same. Perspective-wise, we're both 0-0 going into it. In my mind, no previous fights matter, no future fights matter. This is the beginning of a new path. And I'm happy. I'm happy and I'm grateful. And with the opponent, it couldn't be better. This is the perfect opponent for me. He's a great opponent. He's good everywhere. But I feel like I'm better everywhere as well.
Yeah. And what did you make of his last performance against Julian? He looked good there. Then prior to that, I think he had fought Bo Nickel, come up short. So, like, overall, what do you make of him as a challenge, and what are you expecting from him?
The previous fight, it was good. It was gritty. But if you could take positives and negatives from that, there were a lot of things that I could do much better than what Julian did to him. But it was gritty. It was tough. He took advantage of opportunities in there, and he landed that right hand. And it was beautiful when it comes from a technical standpoint. How I see him as a fighter, I see him as good. I see him as good. He's a good fighter everywhere. I match up against him very, very well. I'm just better than him in all areas, I feel. No arrogance, no cockiness, truly. From relevant experience, from what I see in myself in the gym, from my prior experiences, from my prior fights, I feel that I'm better.
Yeah. And you're undefeated, and have all your wins come by finish. Does at one point, does that begin to weigh on you, sort of people just expect you to run through people or pick up finishes? Does that at all start to affect you as you start going into fights?
Man, that's a question I've been asked a lot. And honestly, I think the complete opposite. I feel like I've lost 8 times in a row. In my mind, I'm absolutely disgusted with every single performance that I've had leading up to this one. So I want to dominate even more. I want to be cleaner. I want to be more precise. I want to be more perfect each and every single time in the most truthful way. A lot of people might say that, but when I look back on prior experiences and prior fights, I'm like, who is that guy? That's not me. That's not the person that was just training yesterday. So I'm excited to show what I am now. I'm excited to show my new techniques. I'm excited to show who I truly am. Each and every single fight is a growing experience when you're inside that cage, building that experience, getting that relevant experience, opening yourself up more, being more comfortable inside the octagon. And this is going to be a new start. It's going to be absolutely beautiful, and I cannot wait to perform, to absolutely perform, to be happy, to be empty inside of that cage, and to be free.
Does part of you ever want to go to a decision just to kind of see what's like? I don't know. You talk about experience, maybe, get that cage time in, or do you not care about that?
Man, the cage time, mat time, it's all the same when you're throwing punches and you're breathing heavy. It's all the exact same to me. Now, if I want to go to a decision or not, I don't think so. I don't think it's necessary. A lot of people might say that, okay, I want to test myself. I want to see how far I can go. I know myself. I know myself. I know the tools that I have. I know my heart. I know myself as a man. And I know what I'm capable of. So all that stuff is really unnecessary. But then, on the other hand, too, when it comes to finishes, I want to get this finish. I want to make sure I do this. Forget all that stuff. The finish comes and the wins come as they come. I just want to go perform. And I want to make myself happy. And I want to have fun when I'm competing. Everything else will fall into place if you have that mentality.
Yeah. And how quickly do you want to sort of rise in the promotion? Because if you get a victory here, it'd be a nice win over a no name. You'd be 3-0 in the UFC. Like, could we start thinking about you and potentially getting a crack at those in the rankings, or do you want to take things a little slower?
That's ideal. That's 100% ideal. Me, I'm a yes man. I say yes to everyone. Every single opportunity is a yes. Every single opportunity is a check mark. Every single thing, slow or fast, is a yes from me. So the progression of my career, however fast or slow it happens the way it happens. But I want to make sure that I'm getting better. I want to make sure when that knock comes, when people ring that doorbell, that I'm ready and prepared. I'm not going to be a guy that's like, okay, well, I'm not ready for this opportunity. I don't feel comfortable within myself. No, I want to be in the gym. I want to be getting my reps in. And I want to make sure everything is dialed in, everything is ready and prepared. So when that knock comes, I'm ready and prepared for everything. And I'm a yes man. So when it comes, it comes. However fast or slow, I will be ready.
Yeah. And lastly, I just want to get your thoughts on the title fight that we have in your weight class. A lot of people are excited to see Khamzat Chimaev finally get his shot at gold, and against Dricus du Plessis, who's very interesting matchup against him. How do you see that fight going, and who do you think is going to be the new champion, or who's going to be champion after that?
It'll definitely be chaos and intensity early on, in that first round especially. And it's going to be entertaining. I'm going to be tuned in, but I see Khamzat getting it done for sure. In a matchup against two guys that are aggressive, that don't give up, that don't get tired, I feel like he has the edge. And then when it comes to him being inside this weight class as well, his frame is nice. His frame is nice for a middleweight. It's not something that you would expect from a welterweight going up another weight class. His frame is good, and I feel like he will be the next champion.
Thank you, and good luck this Saturday.
Thank you, brother.
Mansur, you've approached all of your fights with an outlook we don't really see from a lot of fighters. You're very cerebral and calm in your fight weeks. Where does that come from?
That's a good question. It comes from me making an effort to be better. Every single fight, every single situation, every single day within my life. As a man, I'm just trying to get better. But don't get it twisted. I'm not like this cerebral guy that's piecing together every single thing. I want to be perfect here and here. Man, I am losing my mind every single day in the best way. I'm chaotic. I'm super goofy. I'm very funny with my brothers and sisters and my friends and family and teammates. But I just care a lot. I care a lot, and when you care a lot, you want to be better. And when you want to be better, you make those efforts to be better, whether it's in the cage, in life, whatever. I'm just very cerebral when it comes to this. I want to make sure I'm checking off every single box. I want to make sure that I'm doing every single thing that needs to be done, and then some. I'm a man of extra. You give me a champion, and I'll show you someone that does extra. I'll show you someone that does things that aren't necessary. I'll show you someone that does things that aren't asked of him. And that's what I do. And it doesn't come from this sport. It comes from just me wanting to be in this 24/7, 365. I love to train. I love to be in the gym. And this is my lifestyle. But you guys see it as me being cerebral or very, very specific when it comes to this sport.
Yeah, you describe yourself as a man of extra. Where did that come from? Did you just come up with that yourself, or have you heard that before?
That's the first time I've ever said that. It was right off the top of the head. But yeah, I'm a man of extra for sure. I can remember myself as a 12-year-old kid when I was asked to run 5 miles by my dad in the morning at 5 a.m. I would run 6. There's just something about me that just wants to do extra. Now, I don't know if it's me proving something to myself or me just wanting to go that extra mile, or it's cultivated itself into pure enjoyment. I just want to do more. I'm not really sure where it comes from, but I absolutely love it. And it's a trait of mine that I hold near and dear to my heart because it allows me to go further than some people may have gone before, in addition to having true faith in God.
Yeah, last question for me. You spent some time at the University of Maryland wrestling. What did wrestling and spending time at that school teach you?
Wrestling taught me so many things. It exposed me to myself. When you're in a college wrestling room, it's different from different types of wrestling, but when you're in a college wrestling room, a Big Ten wrestling room, that's the conference that they were in when I was at that school. It reveals you to yourself, man. It shows you your flaws. It shows you your downfalls. It shows you the things that are good about yourself. It reveals everything. It's the truth teller. And I was shown truths about myself that I liked and I didn't like, and I took those at face value and I got better. I got better as a man. I got better as an athlete. And honestly, when I stopped wrestling, my techniques got better because I was away from the stress of it all, with school included. But it taught me so many things. It taught me so many things about myself. It exposed me to so many things about myself. But also, wrestling didn't give me everything. My father has given me so many things in my life that people kind of attribute to wrestling, or attribute to MMA, or attribute to something else. But my father, he was the one that really instilled that within me. He was the one that wanted me to wrestle because I didn't want to do that. I started off doing taekwondo and jiu-jitsu, but he told me if I really wanted to become a UFC champion when I was doing mock interviews with a TV remote, that was a skill I needed under my belt. So I did it. That's done. I'm grateful for it, and it taught me a lot. Thank you.
Julian Virgin. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, my brother.
We had your opponent in here a little bit earlier. He talked about how he has more fights in the UFC than you have fights in your career. How does experience play into going into a fist fight?
Experience is significant if you take things from it. I fought Dusko. He had more experience than me. He was a way more experienced opponent, age-wise and fight-wise. That didn't mean nothing, I go in here and I fight Cody the way I want to fight him and get my hand raised, God willing, the way I want to get my hand raised. The experience doesn't matter. Then all of a sudden it's quality over quantity. Man, that stuff doesn't matter. If it matters to him, it matters to him. But it doesn't matter to me. I don't see it as a factor at all.
And as you continue to grow, not only just in your career, but just in the UFC, man, how have you been able to kind of come into yourself as a young man and just even these opportunities sitting here talking to us and answering these questions and just navigating this space?
Beautiful question. I don't feel like a lot of people sort of ask something like that when a young man is in front of these cameras and in front of these lights and he's being almost built up as something to be looked at. I won't say superstar. I won't say something that's kind of out of place, but he's being built. You can see the eyes are on him, and you can see that he's conducting himself in a way that's worthy of that spotlight. It's interesting because I want to make sure that I'm acting correct. I'm a young man. I can say some dumb stuff sometimes. I can do some dumb stuff sometimes, and I want to act correct. But then also, on the other hand, I don't want to be fake. I don't want to portray myself as something that I'm not. So it's a thin line, man. It's a thin line between being professional and then also being myself. I'm still figuring it out. It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait to see how I cultivate myself into something new. Maybe not even something new, something more of myself. Because honestly, the spotlight, money, whatever, it only exposes you to yourself. It only brings out the good and bad attributes of yourself. So I'm excited to see what I truly am.
And final question, what does a win Saturday night here in Atlanta on the main card do for you?
It puts a smile on my face, makes me go get some dinner with some good people, and that's about it. That's as far as it goes for me. I'm extremely happy and grateful with the thoughts and the possibility of that, and it will happen, God willing. But that's as far as it goes for me. I don't take anything from it except for the technical aspects, except for the things that I could do better. Of course, I acknowledge the good, but that's it, man. It doesn't go further than that. No fight makes or breaks you.
Marshala.
Thank you, brother.
It's a little light in here.
Kamaru, welcome back.
Thank
you. To your right or left, sorry. I keep doing that. How does it feel to be back? It's been almost 2 years, right? Last time you fought was 2023. How does it feel to be back in training camp, cutting weight, fight week, all that?
Well, the training camp aspect is, I don't think that's fun for almost anyone, but it feels great to be back to all of this. With the time off, it really puts things in perspective of just how blessed we are to experience something like this. So I'm just thankful.
And I'm sure whenever you wanted to come back, you could have just hit up the UFC and they would have had a fight for you. So why the wait between the fight against Hamza in 2023 till now?
Why the wait?
Yeah, like why didn't you fight any earlier? Like why now?
I mean, there's really, I don't know. Just being in a place where you have the opportunity to kind of heal some injuries, you have the opportunity to kind of take some time off. I was pretty active there for X amount of numbers of years, even as a champion. So, you kind of get to a place where it's like, maybe we could take a breath here and see what's next.
Yeah. Has that been nice? Yeah, you were a very active champion. Has it been nice to be able to kind of sit back and not have the pressure of like, man, I got to defend the title and then after that again and again?
It's yes and no, because it's been nice to see other things and open up your peripherals, your vision to all the other things outside that you normally wouldn't be focused on, where you're just tunnel vision and training and defending the belt. So, but this is just one aspect of our lives. We have I want to say long life, but it doesn't feel so long. We have a life to live. We have other things that we need to do in this world, whether it's being a father, a great father, or a partner, a brother, a sister, or husband, or businessman, or whatever it is. There's a lot of other things to do. And with fighting, it gives you just such perspective because you're so honed in and focused on being this. So that time off just kind of gave me some time to see other things. But, then you understand there's other problems out there other than just fighting, So it's been nice and at the same time puts things in perspective.
Yeah. Buckley called you out in December. When he called you out, did you feel like that was going to be the next fight? And also, what have you made of his run at 170 pounds?
No, I didn't really think it would be the next. It was a time where it could have been Shafkat. It was a time where it could have been potentially JDM or so it didn't matter to me. It was just I wanted to get in here and feel that competition again. And Buckley's done a phenomenal job with putting himself in a place where he is able to get a fight like this. But if I'm Buckley, if I'm anyone else in the division, 100%, this is exactly what I was doing. Maybe not the way that they're doing it, but this is exactly what I was doing when I was on the come up. And I wanted to fight Wonder Boy, Woodley, and Covington, and all these guys, or Damian Maia. This is, I guess, it's part of the job.
Yeah. And I got to ask you, like, obviously you're focused on the fight on Saturday, but beyond that, is there, are you focused on getting your belt back? What goals do you have now for this part of your career? Is it still the belt to become champion once again?
Being 100% honest, I mean, absolutely. Of course, we want to be champions. If you don't want to be champion, what are you doing? This is not go outside and let's just shoot hoops, play a basketball game. If you don't want to be champion, what are you doing? So absolutely, that is in the peripheral. That is what I want. But I would also say, being fully honest, there's a feeling that you get from competition that you can't explain. That's more powerful than anything else. It's that feeling of working as hard as possible as you possibly can and going out there and knowing that this man worked as hard as he possibly could and you getting the best of him, being able to best that man. There's that feeling. It's so addicting. And I want to feel that a couple more times before I transcend into something else.
Yeah. And lastly, keeping in mind that the belt is obviously something you still want, how do you see your path there?
My path there, just pretty simple. I just lay out the map right here is finish Buckley this weekend, and then wait for the winner of I believe Islam and JDM, which is going to be an incredible fight. Such a great thing now having Islam come up into the division. You know, who wouldn't buy a ticket to that? Former pound for pound and current pound for pound. And I love Islam. Islam's a great fighter. I think that's something that we will both remember forever. Win that and go ahead and probably vacate, go up. Myself, Dricus du Plessis, if he is the champion, or Khamzat Chimaev too, if Dricus is no longer the champion. We do that if Dricus is the champion, we do that in the first card in Africa. I mean, that's another blockbuster. These are back-to-back blockbuster fights that you tell your grandkids about, and who wouldn't watch those? And so, and then after that, you know, now you're sitting with 2 belts, and it's like, what do we do next? You know, so that's, I would say, long-term goal in the back of my mind.
Thank you.
Hey, Kamaru, right next to him. So you just sort of talked about what is a very audacious plan, right? Have you spoken with the UFC? Has there been any conversations about, I go out here, I perform against Buckley, you know, I'm next in line for the winner of Islam JDM?
I wouldn't say necessarily spoken with them, but I think that's the UFC is and the powers that may be are very smart, man, and they do their job. They know how to make money. So if it makes money, it makes sense. So, and it's not far-fetched. Did any of those plans seem crazy? No. So I think I'm in a position to where we could potentially make those things happen. So, hey, if we're rolling, let's keep rolling.
Fantastic. Buckley was in here earlier, and he sort of just mentioned offhand he thinks welterweight's the best division in the sport, and he was pretty dismissive of Islam Makhachev's chance. It sounds like you're less dismissive of Islam, but do you agree that welterweight is the best division? How do you like his opportunity here?
Well, I think it's everyone's taste, acquired taste of what you want. If you want to see some fast guys throwing a bunch of punches and stuff, you know, obviously those lower weight classes are going to be something you pay attention to. If you want to see, you know, not necessarily as fast of guys, but when they touch you with a shot, you go to sleep. Yeah, those upper weights are what you're going to kind of be wanting to pay attention to. But welterweight is kind of the cream of the crop because we all know genetically most men are in that weight category. From lightweight to welterweight, I think most men on the planet kind of fall into that category. So you see a lot more competitive fights there. So it's a lot more fun because I don't want to say a lot more fun, but they pack punch, they have the power, and then they have the speed as well. So that's just the happy medium. So you get a lot more competitive and really, really good fights there. Right now it's on fire. But right now also the bantamweight's on fire. You know, right now with what's his name, with Ilia Topuria moving up to lightweight. Lightweight's always been on fire with Justin Gaethje and Ilia and Charles and Islam. So yeah, I would say welterweight definitely is up there.
Shifting gears a little, this is your first non-pay-per-view bout in 7 years. You're still obviously the main event, but does it feel any different this week with that kind of change?
No, but yes. Obviously, it's a little lighter in here. But no, once you're in it, once you're in the shit, you're in it. It's fight week. And so if you're not dialed in to getting all those, you know, things done, hitting the markers and the things you have to get done, then all of this can distract you and you're not focused on that fight. So when you're focused on the fight and you're dialed in, it's routine now. So at the end of the day, hey, I'm still going to walk out last, which is kind of what I'm accustomed to. The last fight of the night, when you're done, the event's over, you get to go home. You don't have to wait around and do other things. So yeah.
Thanks. And last one from me. Did a face-off with Buckley yesterday. He said something, how's it feel to face the new king? What do you make of his energy coming into this? You know, you've been doing this a long time. Do you think he's looking past you, given his current run? Just sort of speak on that if you could.
No, I don't. I don't. I think he said, how does it feel to be going up against a new generation or something like that? No, I didn't take anything from that. Buckley's done a fantastic job with what he's been presented so far, and it's no easy task to win one fight, but to string together 6 in a row, that's going to give you ultra confidence to where you think you can do no wrong. And so, you know, he's confident, and that's important, and I like that. So it adds a little more fire into, you know, no one wants to just go out there and fight a fish. Doesn't, you know, you don't get that excitement that we all want. So he's going to come. He's ultra confident, ultra aggressive, and I'm going to just be me and let my experience take over. And I think that's why I still do this, and that's where I want to shine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Come on, right here. Just kind of going off that last question. Buckley was asked about it as well, and he kind of said some interesting things. Like he said, you know, I watched his previous face-offs with guys like Colby and Masvidal, and he said, I didn't get that energy when he was standing in front of me. And then he also said something like, you know, I judge a lot of body language of people, and he said, you know, he took a big, deep breath in when he stood in front of me. So I want to, you know, kind of get what you think of those comments.
Well, of course I took a deep breath. You have to breathe, you know. If you don't breathe, you pass out. So, no, I'm not necessarily a talker unless I have to defend myself. You know, if you say something to me, I'm gonna defend myself in a certain way, but I'm also older, I'm also wiser, and in that aspect, you understand what your abilities are. You understand what you put in to this. I've put in lots of work with my team, training. I'm just fucking tired. Why I need to be talking? You know, on Saturday we're gonna be locked in there, and that's when I'm gonna do the talking.
And then another one, he was talking about, you know, your former opponents, and he said he's never really faced anybody that has my type of movement. And then he talked about your sparring partners as well. He said, I've seen the guys he's sparring with, and they just stand in front of him. They don't move like I do, which, I mean, is a little bit crazy because you're sparring with Justin Gaethje. But, yeah, just talk to me about that as well. About he's saying that you're not going to be as agile. You're not going to be able to keep up with his movement in there. So what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's great. Like I said, you can say whatever you like to say to build that confidence in your head, which is a very powerful thing. But, you know, Buckley presents a certain challenge, and it is what it is. That's what we do. We deal with challenges. Me and my team, my coaches, we've put the time in. So we go out there Saturday. I guess we'll see how I deal with that movement.
And then last one, a little bit unrelated. Sean O'Malley just recently came out. He was talking about the things that he went through post-fight with Merab. You're a guy, obviously, that's been through it all. And he said some things like, you know, I was more nervous than I've ever been. I almost felt vulnerable in that octagon. I just wondered if you'd ever kind of been in that situation where you were super nervous right before you made that walk, like to the point where you're almost scared to get in there. And do you think that fighters should be that open when they, you know, when they're vulnerable like that post-fight?
That's a good question. We're in a really, I guess I want to say, weird time in society right now, to where we're trying to figure out how to progress forward, especially as men. We've always known, and since the history of time, I guess the female species and women have always told us, you know, communicate more, be vulnerable, and all these things. And it's kind of been men trying to figure out how we fall into that, how we govern ourselves with that. And we're kind of in a weird time right now, to where with social media and information so accessible, we want to be able to inform the people behind us, the ones behind us, of what we've dealt with and how we navigated through those things. But at the same time, we want to connect with the ones maybe before us that, oh, did you feel this? Because it's what I'm feeling now. So it's a lot of information right now in the world, and it's not necessarily right or wrong. I could be honest with you and tell you right now, every fighter has felt that going out, unless you're borderline psychopath. I mean, every fighter has felt that. You're nervous, you're anxious, you're scared, you're excited, you want to pee yourself, and you want to poop yourself, but at the same time, you don't know what's going on. We all feel that. And it's with time and with experience, you understand that starts to become a lot more normal. Rashad Evans told me this early on in the career, and he says you have to make friends with those feelings. If you make friends with them, then you understand that it's part of the journey. It's what keeps you sharp. So, no, Sean's not wrong about that. Of course, you're supposed to be nervous. That's a big task. You're going in there with the best guy in the world, and it's a fist fight. This ain't no basketball game. It's a fist fight. You could seriously be injured or hurt in there. So, of course, you're supposed to be nervous. That's fine. But he still had the courage to step in there and do it and give his all. So that's all you can ask for as a man.
Kamaru, salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam, brother.
Julian, Virgin. You spoke about Buckley on a 6-fight win streak. You're on a 3-fight losing streak. Where is your confidence at?
It's in my pocket. My confidence comes from just the preparation. Yeah, you could say, yeah, it's three fights that you've dropped, but look at those fights. Really, though? It's I didn't go out there and just lay down in those 3 fights. And so, like I said, when you really put that time in preparation and you go out there and you give it your all, that's all you can ask for as a man. And so that's what I'm looking to do, is go out there and really showcase everything that I put in and give that maximum effort. Because when you do that, you can't be disappointed with your efforts. It's when you prepare and then you go out there and you just do nothing and you just lay down. That's when you could be disappointed that I could have done more.
You've been very vulnerable throughout your time as champion, throughout your time as a fighter. You've spoken on things such as your health and how, sometimes your knees, and they make jokes about it online. I want to know physically, where are you as you step into this bout?
I'm good. I really, really am good. It's funny because that's the joke, the running joke. They're all knees. They don't realize knees were, if not worse, in my first fight in the UFC. My first fight, I was coming in right off the back of a microfracture surgery. And I don't think people, and doctors say that's about an 8-month recovery. And I fought 4 months after the surgery. And so I don't think people realize that it was worse before. I know it's a running joke. Everyone likes to joke about it, but I've been beating people's asses with knees. So it is what it is. They can say whatever they want. Saturday, we're going to get in there. He's going to punch me. I'm going to punch him. And we're going to see who wins.
The Nigerian Nightmare, you always represent Africa. You're headlining the card in Atlanta, Georgia. They call this the Black Mecca. What does it mean to be here in Atlanta, Georgia, competing in front of this crowd?
It means a lot. I got a lot of family here. A lot of Africans here. So hopefully Atlanta and the UFC did a great job of promoting that, because we'll get to see a lot of them show up and show out. But it means a lot. It was either here or Dallas, so it means a lot to me, especially when you get to a certain part of your career. UFC is such a big and such a global company. They could have gone anywhere. So getting this opportunity meant a lot.
And again, we've been able to watch you grow as a man and as a father. Sunday is Father's Day, man. Could you speak on what it means to be a dad? Not just a father, but just to be a dad to a beautiful young woman.
I'm in fight mode right now, so I can't really get vulnerable with all that. But it's amazing. It's one of those gifts that I always, even in younger and even in college, I always knew that that's something I wanted to embark on, and we're on it. You know, now two daughters, so it's a great blessing that I can't wait to go enjoy after this weekend. But right now, I'm still locked in here.
And as you're locked in, what does it take for you to get your hand raised Saturday night?
Saturday night, I think it's trusting in my experience, trusting in my preparation, and just letting it happen. Because before the fight in preparation, of course, you're preparing everything. But once you step in there, you got to take what he's given, you know, and he's got to take what I'm given. So you just kind of have to let the experience take over and let that preparation from your team take over. Because I've been in fights where we were training certain technique, and you don't ever use that. And then I've been in fights where you're training a certain technique, and it's just not that you planned on it. It's just technique comes out. It's like, oh shit, that works. You know, so it's just trusting the experience and letting it come out. Thank you.
Kamaru, this is coming up on your 10-year anniversary of your bout in the Ultimate Fighter final. What are the lessons that you've learned in your nearly 10 years with the promotion?
That's what I mean right there. Is you saying 10 years? Sheesh. You know, 10 years went by like that, and that I think that is why I'm so grateful, because it's not too long ago I was walking around behind Rashad Evans and kind of his little young training partner, and watching how people treated Rashad Evans. He was a superstar. He was a god, you know, at some points. And now I'm sure Rashad is sitting in a place where he's like, man, that went by so fast. And look where I'm at. I'm sitting here, and you guys are going 10 years. You've been in the UFC. I'm like, Jesus. There was a time I was 5-1. I was like, man, I wish I could get in the UFC. And now 10 years later, sitting here having a conversation with you guys, I'm just blessed that I was, you know, able to do what I've done with what God's blessed me with. So I'm thankful.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Kamaru.
Yes.
What does this comeback fight means to you personally and professionally?
What does this fight?
Yes.
There's a lot of implications, I think, for me, because, like, as you guys all know, you come to a place where you have to assess certain things, like, why am I still doing this? Can I still do this? Do I still do this? And so, yeah, it means a lot. If I go out there and I'm able to execute the way that I prepared, the way that my team prepared me, and with the tools that I have, then of course it gives you that validation. Like, yeah, let's keep going. Like I said, we got some goals here. We want to go get that belt next, and then go get the other belt that has eluded me for a while. So, yeah.
If everything goes right on a fight night, what message do you want to send to the rest of the division?
Well, they know what's up. I have been and always will be the boogeyman of this division, so they know what's up with me.
You are 6-time champion. Jiří Procházka, light heavyweight champion, former. What was your reaction that he turns down the title fight and proceed his university degree?
Who?
Jiří Procházka.
Yuri?
Former light heavyweight champion.
Oh, he turned down the title fight?
Yeah, and study to finish his degree.
Right now, he turned down the fight? I understand it. Because think about it. Jiří Procházka now has fought for the title, what, 3 times already? 3 or 4, I believe. Yeah, quite a few times. And has won the title, but has fallen short in, I think, back-to-back attempts. So, it depends. He might. And Yuri is one of those, is an artist. And so he might, in his head, he feels like, you know what, now I need to give myself a little bit of time. Let me go study something else. And if that brings me back and centers me again to go for the title, I'll do it. So much power to him. I respect that. Yuri was an incredible fighter. did really good things with his time. So I understand it.
So do you think it's possible or even admirable for top fighter to prioritize education over a championship opportunity in this UFC right now?
Well, it depends on what type of education. I mean, we're learning here. I learned how to not get punched 7 times by Justin in the face. You learn, you know, there's education everywhere. And so that's just he's choosing to go do that type of education. Maybe he's learning how to fly a plane, which might be useful for him. So it's yes, it's always good to prioritize education. It just depends on what type of education you're getting.
Thank you.
Just real quick, Kamaru over here. You laid out your plan, and I don't know if you saw, but Bilal Muhammad, after he lost his belt, he said there's a lot of interest in fighting you, and he thinks that fight has to happen at some point. Is he in your plan to get back to the world title? You have to go through him as well, or no?
Now here's the thing: is when Bilal Muhammad was champion, there was a reason to fight Bilal Muhammad, right? He had a title. Let's be honest here. We're not the best of friends, but I don't wish him any bad. You know, he's my Muslim brother, so I don't wish him any bad. But what do you have to offer me? You gonna give me a side deal? You gonna throw me a little extra cash on the side? If he's willing to do that, maybe. But who knows? You know. But I hope he's recovering well. That was a tough loss, so you know, hopefully he bounces back.
Yeah. So the bad blood between you two doesn't give you any.
There was never bad blood. That was never really the case. Like if you really look at the history of, you look at myself and Colby Covington, that rivalry, which I mean it's over with. You know, Kobe is Kobe, but that there was a story. There was things that are lined up there with that one. With Bilal, no, it's just a guy that was in a division that did well, eventually became champion, and then once he became champion, then you really start to kind of hear his voice a little bit more, and at times it was a little bit annoying, and that was pretty much it. But there's no necessarily bad blood between me and Bilal. It is what it is. You know, I wish him well. If he's champion, or if I'm champion, I'm sure he's going to want to fight me. If he's champion, I'm going to want to compete against him for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Cody here. It's been a while since we've seen you. I see you got a new look, the tattoo. Can you talk to us about the inspiration of that and when did you get it?
Yeah, I just love artwork, tattoos. Actually, I was getting my armpit done, and it was hurting a little bit, so I was like trying to let it cop out to my tattooer. I was like, hey, let's put one on the face. So I went to the face and did it, and just to give me some time to not act like it's sissy on the armpit. So we put the face tattoo on and just went with it. Full send. Fuck it.
Yeah. And as I said, last time we saw you was in for UFC 300. So I want to ask you, like, have you missed being back? And I guess what's been the wait, I guess, for you to get back in the cage?
Oh man, this is everything to me. I've sacrificed my whole life for these opportunities, for these moments, for fight camps, for it all to be in there. Like it was a goal to always be a UFC world champion, make it to the UFC, to fight in the big stage all across the world. So being out, something that you love and would do anything for, is challenging mentally, emotionally, physically. Especially within the fight with UFC 300. I was feeling great, against a good, adversary in Davison Figueiredo. I ended up getting taken down in the second round and had really bad vertigo. So I had to go through extensive, therapy, specialist, was in and out of the hospital, would be put in the hospital from vertigo. So that uncertainty of not knowing when, I was going to even just be a regular, back to my regular self. I couldn't even lay down, sleep. It was troubling, but I kept faith in myself, prayed to my God, had a close team, family that loved me and supported me and, was going to get me through it. And I would like to, take hats off to the UFC performance, the doctors there, the PT, everyone there. They put my health first, instead of just jumping me back in the cage to fight, as the fighters wanted to do, I wanted to do. When I was sitting in that hospital bed, I was wanting to do anything to get able to fight, weigh in a fight, but there was no way that I was making it. So they put my health first and really took care of me and got me the best help that I needed to get better. And I felt better than ever. I've had a great camp. We're here talking about the fight, but I'm just very excited to go out there and fight on Saturday for a lot of reasons. But this is the best I felt in a while. Just mental clarity, physically, emotionally. I'm just excited to go on there. And Raoni Barcelos is a dog. That's why I asked for this fight. And just excited to be back. 14 months away.
Glad you're doing well, man. And I gotta ask you, like, you've had a lot of health setbacks throughout your career, which is why we've seen, those periods of inactivity and whatnot. How much has that tested your drive and I guess your want in this sport? Because I think a lot of fighters or a lot of people that would go through that would probably at some point just bail out entirely on the sport. But here you are, returning and you're still at it.
Yeah, I look at it like this. I was under 2 years in the UFC, became a world champion. 6 fights, blasted to the top, came out of nowhere, and that was that part of my life. This is part of life. Like, hey, it was easy to win the title. You know what I mean? It's harder to stay here, and that's what I'm doing. I'm staying here. I think that's the mindset and the mentality that I bring into it. Like, yeah, I'm a former world champion. It's great, love it. It was something that was amazing to accomplish, but it didn't fulfill me. So for me to be here, going through what I go through, the injuries, setbacks, losses, whatever you want to call it, to wake up every day and chase this dream, to push yourself to the limit, to set goals inside of the fight, the fight career I'm talking about, something that wakes me up every day, it motivates me, it scares me, it fills me with just all kinds of different emotions, to go in there and fight another man that's willing to do whatever to get the win, to provide for his family, and that's what it is at the end of the day. Like, I got a family that I'm trying to provide for and, make a good life for. So fighting was my outlet, was my gift, I got to use it. So I'm blessed with the skills and just go out there and have fun out there, and that's it. So I think that what keeps me coming back and just showing up every day, no excuses, no one's going to save you, you just got to work hard. No one cares how hard you just got to do it yourself.
Yeah. Did it ever get close to you hanging it up or? or no? You always knew you were gonna return.
I mean, I've wanted to hang it up even before I was a professional. You know what I mean? Like why do I do this? Why do I want to do this? But I had no other option. You know, fighting was my way out. You know, all my friends are hooked on drugs, dead, locked up. You know, not happy with life. I was like, man, if I can just tunnel in, zone in, and grind at this. You know, I had, everyone told me I was, I had good potential and it was, all this and that. But I was like, man, T really believed it. And then, I made those sacrifices, moving out to alpha male and training with those guys and seeing how talented I was without even really having any experience in fighting besides just, I started training, as a martial artist. I didn't grow up in a martial art dojo, a jiu-jitsu academy. We grew up street fighting, boxing, and wrestling, and going out there to the gym and seeing those talented, humans train to fight and the way they live the martial arts as martial artists was inspiring to be around. And I just and this is where I need to be. Got there and, had some luck, got, really good friendships, family from that, and just kind of took off from there and knew that's what I wanted to do. But it's all the time. I mean, even after I won the world title, I wanted to be done. I was like, because it didn't fulfill me. Being a world champion, it wasn't nothing. You gotta think I sat about that and focused on that and worked for that for over a decade. And then when I got the title, it was like, this is it. It wasn't it for me. But I love fighting so much that I need fighting. I truly do need fighting in my life to help me battle my demons, focus, to have that just hunger to wake up and attack every day like I do, and also just the unknowing of the future. Yeah, we can say I had a great camp, feeling good, but you still don't know what's going to happen inside that octagon come Saturday night. You can be prepared as you want, but it's still the unknowing. I think that's what excites me every day to get up and train and, and go after it.
Yeah. And lastly, can you give us a preview of this fight with Raoni Barcelos and what are you expecting from him? A veteran like yourself, been around for a while.
Yeah, Raoni's been around for a while. Looks really good in his last few fights. He's a dog, so, it's going to be a fight, and I'm excited for that. I'm prepared wherever it needs to be, wherever it needs to go to get this win. Just focused on that, and hope he had a great preparation and, best of luck to him and excited to get to him Saturday.
Hey, Cody, I saw on Instagram you recently, I think about 2 weeks ago, hit 3 years sobriety. So congratulations on that. Can you sort of speak to how that journey has been as it coincides with your mixed martial arts journey?
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Being sober has been a game changer for me. Not that I was a big addict or, but, when I chose to do that, it was always never right decision. So for me for my, career, it's amazing. As a father, it's amazing. As a boyfriend, it's amazing. As, as a son, a brother, it changed my life in a way that I didn't think that it would, but as I keep progressing and I'm in that, sobriety, I'm stronger. I feel better. I feel clear. 6 months I haven't, smoked weed either. And I've smoked weed since I was, 12 years old, 13 years old. So man, just the clarity that I have going in, it's nice, man. It's nice to have that mental edge, of clarity inside my career, but also in my life. There's no coping mechanisms. You face your fears and you get up every day and tackle them no matter what. We all go through things, it's we don't need to mask them with drugs or alcohol. And I come from a long line of, addicts. My father's an addict, been in prison my whole life, had a lot of examples in my life that were, family members and uncles that been incarcerated, addicts. So it's, something that I never wanted to do. And I always wanted to make my mom super proud, so I just, if I can quit one thing that's not, a bad habit, then, but it's helped out a lot in life and in my career, just focus, so, it's a good living.
Congratulations on that. Sort of related, Sean O'Malley kind of famously, ahead of this UFC 316 fight, mentioned that he had stopped smoking weed this year. He obviously lost, but y'all have a little bit of a history of back and forth. With the win this weekend, is that kind of a fight you would still like to get to at some point?
Yeah, he should have kept smoking because he looked like shit. But yeah, whatever he had to do, Sometimes you lose and you try to reinvent yourself and find yourself. And at the end of the day, man, like you know who you are. You know what you got to do. I know I'm, one of the best fighters in the world. So it's like, but when you lose, you got everyone in your ear saying you need to do this and do that. Just remember what got you there and who you are at the end of the day. But yeah, that's a fight that, definitely, I think that's a huge pay-per-view sale fight, Sean and I. But like I said, I'm focused on this fight this Saturday, and then we'll let, everything else fall in line.
Do want to go one more to that, though, because after 316, big topic of conversation, Merab Dvalishvili may be the greatest bantamweight of all time. As a bantamweight champion yourself, do you think he's the greatest? Kind of where do you come down on this argument?
I personally, I like Merab. I think he's a great, great human. I mean, just his hard work and his fighting style and just how he is as a person, really humble guy. Great fighter, he's turning it up. He's doing well. He's winning. He's doing his thing in there. As far as best, I mean, greatest, I mean, you'd have to line him up. I think truly Dominic Cruz is the greatest bantamweight of all time. He's, from WC day to here, like I think Dominic Cruz has that. It's hard to keep saying, oh, it's the best, it's the best. It's like, how many best or greatest can you have in weight class? And that just shows too with the bantamweight how talented it is. The greatest, the greatest, the greatest. How many people you've heard of that the greatest? You had Henry Cejudo that was in there, that was a bantamweight, flyweight champion, one of the greatest as well. Our weight division is stacked. There's so many talented fighters in that division.
Thanks. And just last one from me. I believe this is the last fight in your current UFC deal. Are you looking to stay with the promotion or maybe test the waters outside, just kind of get through this week and then move from there?
Yeah, see, I do a lot of things that I don't need to publicize or, hey, I'm doing this. I signed a new deal. Ali, my manager, got me a new
Congratulations.
good deal. He's always, taking care of me. So, like for me, it's just another fight. I've obviously loved the UFC, want to be with the UFC. It's the best organization in the world. So I let him handle that. It's just another fight for me. Like, yeah, I'm grateful that, and don't take it in a negative way, but I don't need to go out and praise, new 4-fight deal. Like, I'm here, it's great. I'm thankful to be here for another contract, but, it's for me, it's another fight and I got to get the job done.
Thank you.
Cody, right here. You talked about the vertigo thing. I just kind of wanted to get into that a little bit because we've seen with like professional golfers who get vertigo on the golf course, they get it to the point where like they'll be walking down the fairway and they have to lie down because it's so bad. That's golfing. You got to go in there and you got to deal with somebody that's punching you in the face for 15 or 25 minutes. Plus you've got to be able to, be balanced and light on your feet on there. So when it came to the vertigo, like, was it to the point that you couldn't even like move side to side without getting off balance or things like that?
Oh, it was horrible. It was actually in the Davidson fight when I got taken down. That's why I laid there. I was like, oh man, I couldn't. It's just spinning so bad. I felt like I had the drunk spins, and I'm like, I got Davidson, saying, come on, Cody. And I was like, bro, like once I stop spinning, man, I'm getting up. We're getting after it, but they just never stopped. And, then training takes in, I was in a vulnerable position where he could really elbow the shit out of me. And I was trying to hold his head and I really didn't know. I couldn't really see, but I could hear. Like I just feel like I was on a carousel. I could know my coaches were on the right, so I knew I was positioned in the right. But like in those transitions of the arm choke and then getting the hooks in, like my body wasn't reacting. Like I was just so lagged. And then I was in, just after the fight, I ended up having to just like tap out. It was horrible. And then go in the back, and Heather and Olivia took care of me. They gave me some like stuff to help me from throwing up. Constantly threw up. I went back and watched the fight at my house, and I kept like laying my head back a little bit and running in the bathroom throwing up. Finally, we went to the hospital, and I was admitted to there and just kept throwing up. And thought we had it right. Went to see Dr. Collins in UPMC in Pittsburgh. Did their vestibular therapy. Did all that again. I was like, all right, cool, feeling good. Body was feeling good. I got back in the training. Like, it was all right. And then, fight week with Miles Jones, that Tuesday I woke up and told my girlfriend, I was like, man, I got vertigo. And I just couldn't stop throwing up. I didn't even know where I was at. She had to help me to the car, drive me there. We drove me to the UFC PI. Heather advised us to go there. Dr. Davidson saw us at the hospital, drugged me up so much that I'd wake up, throw up passed back out. Like I was just out of it. And it was like a couple months, man, I just felt not myself, had to go back to the UPMC, go through their vestibular therapy. So like I said, like that 14 months out wasn't just like I chose to be out. Like I was dying to get back. Like I love to fight. I enjoy to fight. Like Davidson fight was good, until it wasn't. That's something that I couldn't control inside there. But this camp's been good. I'm just hoping that everything stays afloat, we make the weight, and just go have fun on Saturday.
And then you talked about earlier about, how there's been so many points in my life where I've been done with fighting. And like, I kind of relate to it, right? Because it's sort of that addictive personality thing where you're like, man, I want to do this. I want to do this. And then you get there and you're like, okay, I got here. Yeah. So what other things do you have in your life to kind of keep you on track, when you get to that point with fighting? Like, all right, I'm bored of this, but I know I got to do it because it's my job. Like we see the tattoos, we see the motorcycles. Yeah. So like what sort of things can you go to when you get tired of fighting and be like, man, I got to check out for a day or, 25 minutes or anything like that?
Yeah, definitely the motorcycles. I have a business partner, Lauren Sallin. We're starting No Love Cycles. So we're doing frame up custom FXR builds. We actually had our first giveaway bike. Should be wrapping up in the next month. So look for that on No Love Cycles and our Instagram pages for that giveaway, how to enter it. But yeah, dude, work on the bikes is like awesome. Like Lauren's great. I've known him for years and became a real close friend of mine. Helps me out. He's a wizard with motorcycles. I mean, I can pick up a bolt that's in my garage. I'm like, dude, what's this off of? I'm like, dude, it's here. He's like, oh, that's your bracket to your exhaust. And I'm like, oh shit. Like he's on FaceTime in Tennessee. You know what I mean? I FaceTime him and I have shitty Wi-Fi in my garage. I'm like, dude, like I can't get this clutch out. Like he's like, oh, So it's good, man. It gives me something else to think about. Like I'll be in there, and I'm like, it's one of those things like if you're taking the primary off, like you have to do it all. Like I can't, like if I can't sleep that night. If I know I got it half taken apart, I have to go down and do it. And he's the same way. He's a hard worker. He's super talented. And also, man, he's just a good dude to be around, good energy. So we're excited for that, adventure together with No Love Cycles. So definitely the motorcycles and also riding. I love riding. Just getting on the bike and just, go and ride. And like, things that I like to do and enjoy to do can kill you. But, it's like, hey, I'm going to go ride my bike, just have some fun. I'm going to go ride to the gym. Hope I don't crash on the way and die. I hope I don't get, my leg broken in sparring. And like, I'd ride my bike and I'm riding there. I'm like, man, I hope I don't, like, I literally think that all the time. Like, I hope I don't break my leg kicking so I can ride my bike back or it's going to have to get towed. That's the shit that goes in my head when I go to the gym. I'm on the bike. I'm like, damn, like, but, it's freeing. I like it. I pull up on the bike. And so for me, horses too, spending time with my family. I got an amazing girlfriend, son. I mean, I'm winning at life, that's the thing. Like, the wins and losses in this, keep me afloat and keep me able to do and provide. But like at the end of the day, man, like they're my rock, they're who I go to. So life is good for me with whatever. Wherever I'm at, I always can count on them to have people that care about me and will pick me up when I need, carried.
Hey, Cody, so you mentioned, you said you were winning at life with your family and everything you've got going on out of the cage. At what point did you realize that that is what you wanted and you wanted to win at life that way?
I think that's always something I wanted. I didn't care about the fame, the money, like anything like that at all. Like, that's all nice. I mean, yeah, money is great to live. But like once you was a world champion, it was like, okay. I believed in myself when no one believed in myself to make it here. Even before I even had an amateur fight, So it was like wasn't that big deal to me. So I knew that wasn't going to make me happy. So what truly was going to make me happy is having that stuff that really money can't buy, not no arena can buy, So that at the end of the day, man, like when you have that, like I think that's your richest part of you. The family that loves you, cares about you, a close knit of friends, coaches, teammates that you like to be around, you like their energy, because this career is short and this life's short, like who knows? It could be the last fight. We don't ever know. One injury away, even that's in the day. Tomorrow's never promised. So for me, like just taking those little things and never taking them for granted, and just thankful that I have the people that I have in my life, where I'm at, So that's it, man. Just good energy. I'm excited to go out there on Saturday and put on performance, and that's just like my thank you to them. You know, that's on me. You know, I go out there and fight and win. It's we all win. It's not just me. You know, and that's why I take it so hard when I lose, because it's like, they instill so much into me, my coaches, my teammates, my family, my friends. So winning at life is just, you know, being able to come home to them, win or lose. You know, it's like, hey, they still got my back. You know, always.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
What's up? I don't feel like a microphone's necessary. I feel like you guys could hear me just fine. Hey.
There we go. So you got a black eye. So let's start off with the training camp. Went well, I'm assuming? Good
Yeah,
sparring?
really, really good training camp. Yeah, it looks a lot worse than it is, but yeah, camp went really well. You know, same old song and dance you hear from every veteran fighter. I feel good. I feel fast. I feel strong. Camp was great. No complaints. I'm injury free. But I'm definitely excited to compete. Really excited to get out there and scrap. I like how more frequent my fights have been, which is a good sign that my body's holding up. Yeah, so I'm excited to get out there and scrap and hopefully not get another black eye.
Talk to us about Corey McGee, a fellow veteran like yourself, has been around for a while and he's still fighting at 40. What do you make of this matchup, and is this the type of fight that you wanted?
It's just a fight that came to me. We wanted to fight him in Seattle, and things just didn't come to fruition, and then they came to me with Court. I welcome the matchup. I think it's more challenging of a matchup than the odds makers have it pegged as. I think that Court's going to challenge me in the wrestling and the grappling and bring that type of pressure. I'm very well prepared for a 15-minute fight, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to look for my opportunities to pursue a finish. You know, and his body of work is impressive. He's been around for a very, very long time. Got a tremendous amount of respect for the guy. Obviously, him winning the Ultimate Fighter is a part of that, and just everything he's overcame in his life. And it's nice laying it on the line against guys that you have a lot of respect for. So, yeah, I'm excited for the matchup and look to just kind of keep the ball rolling and stay more active. And it all starts with Saturday night.
Yeah. And I guess what's the drive now at this stage of your fighting career? Is it just to keep busy while the body still holds up? You can still do this. I mean, is it a job after all, right? Like, you are getting paid for this. Or is there something else that drives you to continue fighting?
I mean, just like anybody in any sport, any athlete, I just love competition. I love to fight. And, you know, I've been with the same coach my entire career, and he would have very honest conversations with me if it was time to slow down. You know, we've talked about this as I've gotten older in my career. Rick's always said, if I'm not looking good in the gym, if I'm taking too many shots, if I'm not able to perform, he would be very honest with me. And I think that that's part of a benefit of being with somebody for so long, is they just know you. Like, so for me, I love to compete. I'm still winning. Who's to say I can't, you know, win this fight, win another one, get another shot in the rankings? I'm no Michael Bisping. I'm not Daniel Cormier, but those guys achieved a lot of great things in the late stages of their career. And if I didn't feel like I could beat the best guys in the world, I wouldn't continue to do this. I wouldn't put myself in harm's way like this. Like you said, I have a career after this, and I'm very thankful that I have that, because I get to maintain my identity of being a fighter for the rest of my life because of that. So I'm here surely for the love of the game. I love to compete, and, you know, I'm not even going to bring up the R word. My Uncle Joe always says, don't even talk about it. You just take it fight by fight. And as long as you feel good and mentally and physically, you're all the way there, then just keep going. So, yeah, it's just, I love this sport. I love the game. And I love balancing the both worlds. I get a lot of joy being in training camp and having to fly all over the country and all over the world, and having to train and do desk shows while balancing training camp. And a lot of people always ask, like, you know, is that too much? And I said, it's not enough. You know, I would take on more. So I'm able to balance the two, and I get a lot of enjoyment out of that.
Yeah. Are there things that you want to accomplish as whatever's left in your career? Is there certain things? I know you called to fight on the Seattle card and stuff, but is there any opponents or any little things you would like to check off?
You know, obviously, I'd like to beat Damian Maia's rear naked choke record. I didn't even know that was a thing until after the Max Griffin fight, and they brought it up. That
What's he at?
I think he's at 7 and I'm at 5 or something like that. But I had no idea that I was up in the mix. I just assumed Charles Oliveira just takes the cake for everything in terms of submissions. But after the Max Griffin fight, they said, you know, you're tied for second with Kenny Florian, with Damian Maia at the top. And so that's small things like that. And obviously, like, if I didn't believe I'm still one of the best guys in the world, I believe I could beat anybody at 170 pounds on any given day. You know, that title aspiration is always going to be in the back of my mind, especially when I'm performing the way that I have been, especially in the gym. So, yeah, it's just things like that. I don't have to chase a paycheck. I got life after fighting. I have a broadcasting career that will do more than enough to keep me afloat. So I'm surely here for the love of the game.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are now probably going to go hit the sports book at Michael Chiesa submission now with those comments.
Well, the problem is a good problem. Court McGee has never been submitted. So I'm not going to make a fool of myself by putting myself in bad positions to try to chase a submission, especially one particular one. That would be foolish against a guy like Court. He's very durable. I've heard the stories of him in the gym. He's impossible to submit. He's got gills if you strap on a choke. So it's like, will I look for those opportunities when they present themselves? Absolutely. Will I take them as they come? Absolutely. But I'm not going to try to force something because I'm pursuing Damian Maia's record. I mean, it's not like it's something that's when I wake up in the morning, like, all right, we got to train to beat Damian Maia's record, but it's just like little things like that, little goals that you can kind of push yourself towards and just try to achieve and accomplish that are nice, extra fuel for the fire.
And lastly, for me, you had called out Colby Covington, and a lot of fans got behind that idea. It seemed like an appropriate fight to make for both of you. Whatever happened, did the matchmakers even reach out? Was there even a step towards making that fight?
I don't know if I can really divulge too much. I can say that the powers that be liked the idea. DC and Chael actually really liked it a lot. But, the higher-ups loved the idea of it. And I thought it would have been a great ending to The Ultimate Fighter, but I'm just kind of giving up on calling the guy out. Like, I think that he's going to go a different direction with his career. I think being a streamer is kind of what he's pursuing right now. I don't really think that he's got the desire to compete as much as he did before. So it's just time to move on, let him do what he wants to do. And if he fights again, he fights again. I'm just focused on Court McGee and just kind of moving him out of the equation, but it would have been I just think it would have been a great finale for The Ultimate Fighter. And, it's his loss. And I think it's the fans' loss too. I think it would have been a good fight. I think it would have been a lot of fun. He brings a lot of heat with the way he builds his fights. And I think I have the style to beat him in a way that he's never been beat before, but move on. Yeah. It's over. Whatever. Next.
Best of luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Michael, just since you brought it up, for reference, Damian Maia has 8, also neck crank.
And what am I, at 5 or 6?
You're at 7.
I'm at 7. Oh.
So you're right there.
Okay, all right.
And because you also mentioned him, Charles Oliveira is 6, so, he might be coming for you.
Yeah. Charles Oliveira he should have every submission record in the book by the time he's done fighting, I'm assuming. So, guy's incredible.
Reasonable. To keep it similarly fun here, I believe this is your 4th fellow Ultimate Fighter winner you will be facing. You are 3-0. Does that add any pressure to be the ultimate fighter?
I mean, some would say Brad Katona is the ultimate fighter because he won it twice.
True.
But it's not pressure. It's a privilege. Like, I think it's fun to get out there and, like, winning the Ultimate Fighter is not a championship belt. You don't really defend the title, but for somebody that has won the Ultimate Fighter, it's like I do kind of I perceive it as that. Like, I think it's like I'm putting, my trophy up against his, tough champ versus tough champ. And it would be nice to go out there and beat Court, be kind of clean out every Ultimate Fighter champ left in my division, except for Usman, but he's way at the top, and I don't think that fight ever happens. But, I always welcome those matchups. I think it makes the matchup a little more fun.
And then obviously you face Brad Katona next, right? For the belt. Bantamweight or not, who cares?
Say again?
You face Brad Katona next for the Ultimate Fighter title.
I think I win that fight on size alone.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
So you've spent a good amount of time behind the desk now as an analyst. Has that changed how you see the fight game at all, just because you have to think of it from a different angle?
I'll tell you this. Being an analyst and having to spend so much time studying fights, I'm very keen on how the sport's evolving. And going back to what I said about when people ask if it's too much, if it's beneficial, if it's a detriment, doing the broadcasting work, there's such thing as visual reps and mental reps, and I'm seeing the sport evolve as I'm studying these young fighters and seeing how they approach the fight game, the techniques they use, and just, for me, I feel like I see the way the sport's evolving from a different lens because I have to be so attentive to the sport. There's a big difference between watching a fight as a fan, which I'm a fan first, and watching a fight when you turn off the commentary, you have nobody around, and you're just like hovering over your laptop. Like that's the way I approach my studying. I don't like to listen to the commentary. I like to come up with my I like to analyze the fights myself without any voices steering me a different way. So when you silence the fight and you just watch it for what it is with no one around, I feel like you really get to see more of what these young guys are doing, how the sport's evolving, and I'm just really keen on how the sport's going to be in terms of how these people fight, how these fighters perform, over the course of the next 5 years. I think we're going to see a lot more young fighters. I think that it's going to become rare to see guys like me and Court who are past 35 that are still competing at a high level. I think it's going to become a lot more like the NFL. We're seeing a lot more young guys come into the UFC, and you can only compete at a really high level against the best fighters in the world for so long. I think it works for us older guys because we have older guys we can fight. But I think that we're going to see a big shift, and there's going to be a lot more youth at the top of the heap. And I think that's going to come over the course of the next 5 years.
Yeah, and you talk about how you've been doing this for a while. And was there a moment when you realized that maybe broadcasting was something you were good at and something you enjoyed?
It was actually John Anik that kind of planted the seed a long time ago. It was on The Ultimate Fighter. I never thought of it before I got in the UFC. My sole focus was I want to win Ultimate Fighter. I want to get to the UFC. And he just kind of gave me a couple compliments saying I was good on the other side of the camera and I spoke well and just said a few things to me that kind of planted that seed that I wanted to get into broadcasting. And it's funny because I started to get a little brash on the microphone, and I think I called Kenny Florian out one time on social media. All respect to Kenny. I think he's an incredible fighter, great commentator, great analyst, but I started kind of trying to call my shots and kind of put it out there, and everything came to fruition. But as time has gone on and I've started to kind of get really comfortable in that position, it's definitely something that's like I'm very, very passionate about. I think that for me, if I wasn't in this position doing the broadcasting work, when my career comes to an end, I think I'd feel like it was for nothing and a total failure if I didn't win a world title. But now I'm in this position where I'm pursuing a different goal outside of competition. And I think that if I get signed to become a UFC commentator, and I feel like I'm on my way there, I feel like that would validate my efforts. We've had probably, well over 1,000 UFC champions. We've probably only had, maybe 20 or 30 UFC commentators. So I feel like if I could crack that lineup, I think it would really validate my body of work and what I've done in the sport. And there's nothing guaranteed there. I still have a lot of work to do to get to that position, but it's once again, just kind of going back to those goals that I'm pursuing. So yeah, it's something I'm very, very passionate about.
Yeah. Last one for me. Would you consider it like your way to pass on knowledge to the fans and other fighters that might be watching?
Yeah, I do. I do feel like that's a good way to pass on my knowledge and the way I perceive the sport and the things that I see, because everybody's different. You sit at the desk with Anthony Smith, Alan Jouban, Rashad Evans, just any of those people. We all don't see the same things, and we're all right in our own ways because it's just a matter of opinion and perception. So I like to pass along my knowledge to the fans. I like to pass along the knowledge to my teammates, especially these young guys that are coming up, especially because, like I said, I'm seeing this sport from a different lens than you would as a fighter. So it's great to pass along the knowledge, but I still learn a lot. I mean, when you sit next to Dean Thomas at the desk and you listen to how he breaks these fights down and what he sees, I'm learning on the job as well. So while I'm passing along the knowledge, I'm also gaining it as well.
Mike.
Whatever.
You talked about it a little bit earlier. You said, this new generation, some of them are just like freak athletes. Like as a guy that's, been in this game for a minute and you've fought kind of the generation that were, we had a lot of guys that were brawlers and that were just tough guys and, would just kind of thug it out in there. How frustrating is it like coming from that generation and then seeing these new guys in the gym that might not necessarily understand the technique, but because they're just such high-level athletes, they're able to do those things?
Well, that's something that really, if that falls on the shoulders of how they reciprocate the way that they're coached and their coaching staff. Like maybe some of these guys that don't fight to, maybe they have all the physical gifts and all the athletic abilities, but they're not executing techniques in a proper way because they lean on their athleticism. I will say this, you're going to have a short shelf life in the UFC. Like athleticism and natural gifts can only get you so far. You have to have a work ethic and you have to have good technique. But it also falls on the shoulders of the coach. Like maybe is the coach adequate teaching them the right stuff? Are they not able to get through to their athletes? There's a lot of kind of moving parts to that. But that's a big part in what I'm seeing in the sport now is we're not seeing as many of these guys that just kind of draw a line in the sand and just want to stand toe-to-toe and brawl. That's kind of that's part of the foundation the UFC was built on, the Tank Abbotts of the world and things like that. But now we're not seeing as many guys do that, and that's great. That's the evolution of the sport. It's like, I think a big part of that is we're seeing kids go to MMA class and start MMA at 5 years old, and then by the time they're 20, 21 years old, they've got 15, 16 years of experience, 15, 16 years of training and doing all the martial arts. I think that's a big part of that paradigm shift that we're seeing. But I think that really when it comes down to fighters being less disciplined, it's either them and their stubbornness, or it's maybe they don't have a coach that's coaching them right, or really finding a way to get through to them in the way that they need to be taught.
And then kind of going off of that, do you think at a certain point it could almost hurt an athlete the way that they're so focused on, the athleticism and the techniques, but they kind of forget to promote themselves at the same time? Like, do you think winning is going to be good enough for some of these guys? Because I feel like the sport is missing the guys that would go out there and talk trash. They might not have been the best technique-wise and athletically, but we want to see them fight because they make the most noise.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's something that Dean and I talked about a few shows back when we worked together, how there should be, we used to have these athlete summits, and this is before we had like 700 people on the roster. But fighters should be taught on how to build their brand. I think a lot of that revolves around authenticity. It's like, kind of circling back to Colby Covington. Like, Colby's actually a really nice guy off camera. He's just a total dickhead when he's in front of a camera. And that can only work for so long, and only so many people can really do that. But I think that building a brand and making yourself promotable involves like authenticity. Like who are you as a person? Like when you get up here in front of media day, how boring is it to hear the same shit? Oh, I had a good camp. I'm in the best shape of my life. It's like, no, tell us more. We want to know more about you, more about your story. And maybe it's also they need to be asked the right questions, and I think that being authentic and true to who you are and promoting that's going to get through to certain people. But when it gets to being brash, there is a certain aspect of like having to promote fights, like the way Bilal and JDM kind of went at each other. Like JDM doesn't really seem to be a guy that kind of talks too much trash, but he did the right thing. He's in the right position. You're in a title fight. You got to promote this thing. So, I think that when it gets to being in those marquee slots, you got to promote yourself. But I think that these young guys need to be taught on how to promote their brands. And I think that that's something at some point the UFC is going to get behind. Like you got to bring these guys together and teach them, how to promote your brand, how to be authentic. Like what about you that you can share with the world that's going to make people want to tune in for your fights outside of how good of a fighter you are? I think that that's a big part of it.
And then last one, when you talked about Colby earlier, you kind of got fired up. You're like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Yeah. But you could see that there was the motivation there, and there was kind of like, hey, I don't necessarily have a beef with this guy, but this is a guy that I could hype up a fight with. You're taking it one fight at a time, but is there any specific name that you're like, man, me and this guy could really hype up a fight? I know, like Kevin Holland's making a run again at 170. Yeah. I know that's one you probably want to run back at some point, but is there any name that you could be like, hey, man, I could talk some trash to this guy and we could really hype this one up?
That's just not true to who I am, honestly. It's like if it comes organically, like, okay, if it's naturally an organic just kind of disdain for each other, then yeah, I would welcome it. But there's just a time in my career when I tried to force those types of things and I had to eat crow for it, like the Anthony Pettis fight. I learned so many lessons from that fight, from the fight itself, from the build up to the fight. I'm just not a great trash talker when I try to force it. Like I was trying to force myself to talk shit to a guy that I am like, Anthony Pettis. This guy's going to be a future Hall of Famer. He's an incredible fighter. I'm forcing myself to talk shit about him. It's like, it's different when you're going against a guy like Colby or Kevin, who's going to bring some heat. That's a totally different scenario. But for me, like, I'm not going to force myself into a situation where like, oh, I'm going to start getting outside my character and talking a bunch of, it's just not who I am. That's just not who I am, you know? So, and it's cool to see Kevin back in the rankings. He had an incredible fight. Two of my former foes getting after it at 316 was pretty cool. I wish him nothing but the best. I think Kevin's a great guy. Colby, not so much. Nice guy off camera, dickhead on camera. Cool. Much love. Peace out, guys. How much I get asked about him, I want